Do. Oh, my bad. Yo, what up? What up? What up? Let the people get up in here. Yeah, if you already in here, man, go and hit that like button so we can get that For You page jumping. So we can get this thing started. I know it's the middle of the day, or still people probably still at work, but I ain't trying to be out here till 12 o'clock at night again. So I figured I'd get on early. We got some folks up in here. Got Fitting. What's good? What's good, Joe? Yeah, y'all just get the tapping for me, so they can go ahead and get some more folks up in here. So we can go and start chopping it up. Give it a little more time. Hope everybody had a great day. I'm tired as hell, so I did not go to the gym today. But yeah, man. As y'all know, the Cam Newton topic is the hot topic of the. It's gonna be the hot topic of the week. Recovering from an injury. What happened to you, man? Don't tell me you. Hope you alright. Ain't nothing serious. God damn. Hey man, I'm glad your surgery went alright. Whew. I'm thankful I ain't really broke no bones since I was a little kid. What's good, Jasmine? Yeah, man, the Cam Newton topic is gonna be the topic of the week. You know, I haven't dropped my response to a lot of the rhetoric I see coming from the women, because I actually completely watched the entirety of the interview this morning. On the way and at work, I wrapped it up this morning and I watched the entirety of the interview outside of just the clips. And what I've noticed, the rhetoric I see coming from women is that, number one, I don't think a lot of people went and actually watched the full interview. Number two, the rhetoric and the responses that I see coming from women is funny. You know, I've been on the man ass for the past 2 days, but I'm gonna address the women tomorrow because I'm seeing the response coming from women, and they're looking at the clips and the interview, and instead of that's how I know they didn't watch the full interview, or if they did, they weren't looking at it in the right mindset. Because in that same interview, she was actually on woman's ass the entire time. Like, she was really talking to a lot of y'all women. Cheyenne Bryant, she was really talking about a lot of y'all women. Like, y'all are the low functioning women that she's talking about. And a lot of women were looking at that interview, looking at those clips and taking it like, yeah, get them, girl. Talk about Cam. Get these sorry men. Yeah, girl. But y'all, that's how they didn't watch the full interview, because if they did, they would have saw the part where she was highlighting women's unrealistic expectations in relationships and partners and men. They would have saw her talking about how she had to change her mindset and things of that nature when dealing with men and her approach with men and stuff like. So I think a lot of women didn't catch those things or just didn't give a fuck because it was like, yeah, they was looking at it like, yeah, get on these men ass, girl. They having all these babies. But a lot of women are the low functioning women that she is describing that Cam goes and chases. So, like I said, I'm gonna address that tomorrow, but it is gonna be the hot topic of the week. And I mean, I do think it is an interesting topic to have, honest discussion to have, and I do see a lot like the men response that I'm seeing is I knew I was gonna get that, or I was going to see it because you got two. Number one, they like, well, this isn't just a black man problem. Well, it might not be just a black man problem, but it's a big problem within black men. I mean, look at our marriage rates and look at our single child rates, single child household rates compared to other demographics of men. So to sit here and be disingenuous and say, well, it's not a black man problem, it's a rich man problem. No, because there are a bunch of broke ass dudes that are literally walking around doing the exact same thing that Cam Newton is doing. Look at Morgan Bailey, the random man in Atlanta girl. And allegedly she's pregnant again. Allegedly. That man has 7 baby mamas. You know what I'm saying? So to sit here and try to paint it off like there ain't no black man problem. It's a black man problem. It's a black man problem, and the statistics show that. That's why when I spoke about it, I highlighted black men because that's the only type of men I give a damn about enough to speak on. It's a black man problem. The same way that black men get on here and say single motherhood is a black woman problem or whatever, you know what I'm saying? We have to take our accountability in this shit too and understand that Cam Newton shit trickles down to regular everyday men, and it is a black man problem. And it's not just a rich black man problem. You know what I'm saying? It's a problem. Black women have a baby mama culture problem. Black men have a baby daddy problem, culture problem. That's just what it is. And until these dudes be honest about it, we can't move forward. And the thing is, a lot of the mentality that I'm seeing these guys say is, oh, well, they're rich, so they could do what they want to do. That's not necessarily true. What y'all want the rest of us to do when they choosing this shit? Again, y'all choose low functioning ass women. Y'all choose to deal with low functioning ass women because those be the pretty girls, those be the fun girls, those the girls with the fat ass. That's what y'all choose. Again, can the average dude that has an issue with what I'm saying sit back and honestly say they're picking women based off their character and their morals? Fuck no. Most of y'all pick based off of what make your dick hard. Like I said, you come up in here, we gonna be honest. Let's be real about this shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying I'm exempt from it because when I was younger, I was doing the same shit. But there comes to a point as a man that you have to realize I gotta switch this up. Right? Once I got to be 23, 24, 25 years old, I had to change my mindset because I did say that I want a wife. I did say that I want marriage. I did say that I want a family and a functioning family. So I had to change my mindset from running the streets to, okay, it's time for me to pick quality women. It's time for me to start picking women based off of her character, her morals, her principles, not just a pretty face and a big butt. You know what I'm saying? And just because you I feel like a lot of guys are just, they want and that's the issue of trying to separate and be like, well, when you get rich, you can do what you want to do. Because then you get a big ass group of men Black men who think once I get money, oh yeah, then I can do whatever I want to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's how you get Cam Newtons. Well, once I get money, I can do what I want to do. But the thing about the Cam Newton shit, I could like and it shows because it ain't like, for example, Phillip Rivers, right? Phillip Rivers got as many kids as Cam Newton. But guess what? Phillip Rivers is married. Phillip Rivers had all them kids with his wife. Matthew Stafford got what, like 4 or 5 kids, right? Guess what he did? He's married to his wife and had them kids with his wife. Drew Brees got about 5 kids. He's married. He's had them with his wife. Who else got a lot of kids? Kirk Cousins got like 6 kids. Guess what? He's married. He's had them with his wife. So it alludes to my point. It is a black man problem. And it leads to Cam Newton being just undisciplined. Now, I was in Carolina at the time when Cam Newton was buzzing. It was well known that he was around Charlotte doing whatever he wanted to do, which is his right. It is what it is. But then at that, you don't see Jalen Hurts running around getting everybody pregnant. He was one of the top richest quarterbacks in the league right now, right? You don't see Lamar Jackson running around making all these babies with these women. No. And this is Rick. Rick, I'm going to check this shit right now, dog, because you keep saying stupid shit. You keep trying to put it off on what the women allow him to do. I don't give a fuck about what them women allow him, dude. Y'all can't puff y'all chest out and say, I'm the man, I'm the leader, da-da-da-da-da. And then when you make stupid decisions, you want to pass it off. Well, the woman let me do it. Like, what the fuck is that? No accountability. Little nigga shit, bruh. But you keep bringing up the women. I don't give a fuck about them. Cam Newton is the asset. Cam Newton is the asset. As the man, you the asset. If you such a rich provider, man, that means you the asset. So you do one of two things. You either find an equatable asset to add to you, or you find somebody that's not going to take advantage of that. That's the part I don't understand why y'all keep throwing, well, the women. He's the millionaire. He's the star quarterback. All right. It's not, bruh. Y'all so fucking closed-minded. It's not y'all mad at Cam Newton. Nigga, it's bigger than him. It's bigger than him. Look at our fucking community, nigga. Look how these young dudes out here. It's bigger than Cam Newton. I'm using him to speak to the problem. And that's why y'all do that. And that's why we at where we at. Because dudes like you. It's kids looking at him thinking that shit is okay. It's young dudes out here looking at him thinking that that's the way they supposed to do. I just get my money up and I can just get whatever I want, get these babies and have these kids and all these. Like, that's that goofy shit, bruh. It's that goofy shit. And instead of addressing it, y'all will tell little niggas be like, hey, bruh, what they gonna do about it? Y'all mad? You can't get mad. The same way y'all telling me don't get mad at Cam Newton, but y'all have so much energy when we start talking about these women. But you can only teach your child so much. At the end of the day, there's gonna be a point in time when your child is not gonna listen to shit you fucking say. And the outside world is gonna have way more influence on your child. And all you could do is hope for the best and pray that he go back on the teachings that you did to him. There's going to get to a point where your child cares more about what his friends think about him than the shit that's coming out your mouth. But we can't get mad at Cam Newton. Like, it's okay to just shut up and listen sometimes. You're fucking wrong. I could teach I'm literally at the stage right now. I done taught my son all the different, hell, even myself. My daddy taught me all type of things, but I still had to go out into the world and apply myself. I still had to go through my own experiences and learn things. I still went through a point in which I didn't care what my daddy said. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to do it my way. as every young person does. And the only thing you can do as a parent is hope for the best. That's all you can do. But again, some of these conversations just gonna go over people's heads, bro. Everybody ain't gonna be able to grasp the conversation. And Rick, you just seem like one of them dudes that's just not gonna grasp it. And it's okay. Everybody ain't meant to come for the ride. But again, this shit is bigger than Cam Newton. But again, when we start talking about these women, when we start talking about single mothers, women choosing welfare, child support, when we start talking about them topics, y'all rah about that shit, bruh. Y'all rah. Y'all don't want no excuses. Y'all want to pull every statistic. Y'all want to talk about logic. When we start talking about these women, all of a sudden, y'all want to be by the book. But then we start talking about what we doing. Now y'all got all the excuses. Y'all want to reword. Nah, bruh. That ain't how they... Unless she baby mama number 3 or higher. Cam Newton is baby... He got 3 baby... Yeah, that's done. I'm moving on from that conversation. Dude just a goofy at this point. But the point is, I don't want to talk to Rick no more. Rick gotta go. The point is there's an issue. There's an obvious issue. And it's bigger than Cam Newton. Because like I was saying, even on the regular guy level, right? Look at the Morgan Bailey situation. Well, Rick can't listen no more because Rick blocked. That man got, like, look at the clout that woman got from simply dealing with a bum. That man done had 8, 7, 11 baby mamas, and allegedly Morgan's pregnant again. But look at all the clapping people was doing. Look how absorbed the people was in that situation. Like, clearly there's a problem, and it's an us problem, and that's why I gave the historical context to the root and where that problem stems from. And you still got dudes that will get in my comments and still try to like separate and word salad and literally do the same thing that they claim women do on this Cam Newton situation. It was like, well, it ain't lack of discipline, because it is a lack of discipline. Because like I said, you don't see Jalen Hurts around here giving strippers babies. You don't see Lamar Jackson doing that. And those are Lamar's MVP, two-time MVP of the league. Jalen Hurts just got paid. You know what I'm saying? So you can't. It's a lack of discipline. Oh, Chad back.
That was good.
What up, bro?
I mean, I agree with you. It is a lack of discipline. I agree with every point you made, because at the end of the day, how can people who call themselves his supporters, who call themselves his fans, encourage this as if this has not been done before? As if Holyfield, who made the most money during his time, didn't go through this. As if every single player didn't go through. There's a million documentaries on ESPN. They even had a show called Broke. The number one regret that they all had is they all made a bunch of kids.
All the fucking
by a bunch of random women. Like, this has been done verbatim, step by step, copy paste, exactly the exact same way before. And it's like people act like just because this is a lot of money to you that this money is going to last forever. It's never going to last forever. Anybody who remembers Holyfield was paid. Look at his house. Like the richest ever. Broke. Legacy, kids get nothing. Broke.
That man, Cam Newton why you think Cam Newton can't just chill? Cam Newton got to go out there. He got to do podcasts. He got to do fucking nightcap shows. He got to do all this shit because he got 4 households to support, his own and 3 baby mamas. But
Exactly. And
but they
people
not
aren't.
looking at it like that.
They're not even looking at it like they're not even taking into consideration. Like, oh, they think it's such a bunch of money, but Cam Newton was pretty much rich from childhood. You know what I'm saying? From them in high school age. So you have a kid who was an average middle class person thrown into hyper wealth. They don't know how to manage that type of money. I don't get why people think that somebody of a young age is managing their money exactly the way that they need to. Like, if you take somebody who has never made 30,000, like if you can't manage $50,000, you're not going to be able to manage 5 million. You're not going to be able to manage 50 million. It's all the same. You don't have these money management skills at such a young age. So then people encourage them to jump off the porch, get this money, make all these kids that you have to provide for the next 18 years. You're not married to these women. These women are allowed to make clout off of your name, but you can't take none of their earning potential. They
Nothing.
literally could be on all these basketball wives shows and all this stuff, get on all these reality TV, but you can't get none of that because you ain't married to them. So they
Nothing.
making clout off your name for the rest of your life, and you still paying their child support. You putting them in the house. But if they want to call them and say that they support him and they're actual supporters of him and they care about him, no, you don't. You just want to see him go broke.
And he was capping a little bit because he was just complaining about he was talking about the holidays and how the baby mamas don't get along and they got to split up holidays because they can't get along with one another. So he was capping with that shit on the interview.
Exactly. It's just like
That's why I
there's
keep
no
telling
way.
these dudes, I'm like, y'all sitting here acting like, oh well, he could do what he want, bro. You're the asset, and you walk around with a bunch of liabilities.
Exactly. It's been done, and people act like this hasn't been done. Why are they acting like he's going to be the magic one to be able to pull this off? It has never been successfully done ever because it's not possible. But people don't look at, it's like they look at everything through possibility and not probability. It's possible I could walk outside and find $5,000 on the ground. That's possible. It's not probable. It's probably not going to happen. So what's probable is you making 11, 15, 20 kids with a bunch of random women. Even if you have $100 million, it's not going to work out.
As if all them kids ain't fucking crippled DMX.
Come on now.
What's good, Dre?
Well, my thing is with a lot of people, my comment is everybody keeps saying like he said, like he got money. And I think they getting the concept wrong. Like, I wouldn't care if he had 15 kids by one woman and he was married to her.
I said Phillip Rivers got about 20 kids.
Wouldn't care. But when you got 8 here and they 4 different households, Nick Cannon got 30,000, they 30,000 households. Tyreek Hill got 12 and 9 households. Like,
But I put, like I said, I posted the historical context of where this shit come from, and motherfuckers will still argue with me about it.
exactly. Then my comment now, man. I just made a video today. It's crazy. Black men, when we try to make a black man accountability.
It's just like the women, bro. If they cry and complain, they get on here and they act just like the mamas that raised them, bro.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They act. They act. Oh, I ain't got my moderator here today, man. We got almost 200 people in here. Y'all get them lights up, man. We got good people in the chat today. Come on now, do it right tonight. But yeah, bro, I'm like, you can't. I just for the dudes that, cause I and some of them are mutual, and I'm like, y'all trying to take it away and be like, well, it's not a black man problem. It is a black man problem.
Yeah. It's
It
100%.
absolutely is.
It's like I said, when we start talking about these baby mamas, single mothers, picking welfare over men, when they quit to pull out a book and start showing the statistics, but now when we start talking about single child households, and you know what I'm saying, like you can even go down to STD rates.
Yeah.
It's a black man problem.
Yeah. But I'm gonna do it. When people say that, I'm gonna put it like this. Even if it's not only a black man problem, but it's black men making black men accountable. Like, we police our own. So
It's enough to be a significant issue in our community, bro.
but it's very bad. And it's always called a detriment, man. It's always been a detriment. And we got a lot of, and that's why we got so many young boys now that's going to prison so early.
Even in the interview, Cam Newton, like because I watched the whole thing.
Yeah, I did.
And the entire interview, like what, like in his head, he like, she not talking about me because I take care of my kids and I got money.
That's it.
And it goes back to what I was saying yesterday when I'm like, a lot of black men put their worth in money and fucking.
Yeah.
And because he kept trying to be like, well, as a man, like I have to provide, I have to have money. And it's like, and she kept saying like, yeah, Cam, because you deal with women that need you, not want you.
Exactly.
And that's what Chad was saying, like, you got women that need you because they want to get clout off your name. They want your money. They want your assets. They want your fame. And they're building their notoriety off of you. Whereas if you had a woman that had her own shit and wanted you for the person you was, you wouldn't feel like you was just getting drained by women 24/7.
Exactly. Just like his lab baby mama, the little comedian chick. I forgot.
I didn't even know who she was.
Exactly. She straight got up there and was like, yeah, when $100 million nigga put that pressure on you, okay, yeah. So you changed who you was because of the amount of money that he had, which means that you were incentivized by the possibility of what you think he can do for you. Yeah. So like, as Cam Newton, I would be like, damn, you can't get like you putting babies and bitches that really don't even give a fuck about you like that. You giving her a check for 18 years of child support. What kills me is like, why is it even a debate when it all boiled down to just being able to control your own sperm? If you can't control your own sperm, how the fuck you gonna control and lead a household? When you giving a woman a check for 18 years, when you know she don't even really like you like that, and you giving her a check for 18 years, and not only a check, you gotta put her up. You got to set her up in a house, allowance, all this stuff. And you cannot control nobody else's greed. Because what's good enough for her this year ain't going to be good enough for her next year. She got to have the next G-Wagon, even though they've been looking the same for 30 fucking years.
Fact. That's fact.
And want to say it's not about this. Like I'm saying, bro, there's plenty of rich men who go out here and just, they're bachelors. They don't got no kids. They just do their thing. That's being responsible.
Called having a condom.
Well, yeah, whatever contraceptive they use it. You don't have to. That's what I'm saying. If he want to just be a player, stick and move, you could have did that responsibly and not created 8 children.
Yeah, even.
Because then they want to say, oh, I got money, my kids, da-da-da. No, they're not. You had the opportunity to truly change your bloodline. You had the opportunity to change your lineage. But what did you do with that? You made a whole bunch of kids that you're not going to be able to provide for, to be able to be there for their emotional and mental and spiritual needs. So they're going to be lacking in that department, which, okay, then you add to the fact that you putting them in a very high lifestyle in the very beginning of their lives, which is definitely going to change once they get older. So now you have done nothing but create emotionally immature, emotionally stunted children that are that are chasing a lifestyle that they were once accustomed to, that they feel like they have to live up to, that are now put into the public spotlight because now everybody knows who they are. They're constantly going to be berated on the internet. They're constantly going to be reminded of who they used to be, who their daddy used to be. And it's like you're doing nothing but creating a bunch of kids that are going to have a bunch of psychological issues. When people talk about the money shit, it's irrelevant because if money fixed everything, then rich people kids wouldn't be so fucked up. They'd be the most fucked up.
I'm a bring up because I seen a comment like this. I think it was on yours, Dre. I think it might have been on your video. I'm not sure, or somebody I just seen it, and they was like, it's kind of like they was like, well, how is Cam Newton? How would they say Cam Newton house broken? That's like, well, so if they consider his house broken, then what about a military guy's house? And I'm like, yeah. That's why a lot of people get out because the father, you going on 8, 12-month deployments back to back. Every time you come home, your household is different. They don't know you. Your children are growing up with you not in the house. Like, yeah, you daddy, you come home, but them kids done did 8 to 12 months and they done live without you. Whether you call, whether you FaceTime, sent letters, they still been living their entire life for almost a year with you not there. That's why I got the fuck out because I'm like, look, I don't want my kids. Because in Marine Corps, we deploying every other year damn near. And I was like, bro, I'm not trying to do this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I come back, my kid done grew a whole year. I done missed out this, that, whatever, and that shit get old. So even I got a fucking lieutenant colonel that just retired. His kids don't know him.
Yeah.
His wife don't know him. And he gotta look them every day and answer like, yeah, the money was good, the house was taken care of, they had everything they wanted, but he wasn't there.
Yeah. You can't
And
be a
they like,
father.
well, Cam kids stay with him. That's what he say. But if you listen to the baby mama stories, you go to the TMZ blogs, all them kids ain't there with him all the time.
You know that the baby mama's not going to allow them kids to be in their house. They want them kids in their house so they can continue to prove that they have primary custody so they get that check.
I've watched Cam's YouTube. Them kids they're there, but they're not there every. They don't primarily live with Cam Newton.
He
That's
can't be every word. That man always somewhere. How he gonna be somewhere? I don't see them kids at them interviews. I don't see the kids nowhere with him when he going out.
Exactly. The moms ain't going to allow it. They want to make sure that they always could prove custody.
So can I maybe add to this really quickly?
yeah.
And I think that a couple of the gentlemen here kind of put it very eloquently when they were describing, Cam Newton's irresponsibility and how he is attributing to creating broken homes. But I also think that people need to also pay close attention to, because I don't want people to get this impression that we're just putting the onus on the male, right? The responsibility lies with both parties. So while Cam Newton was successfully able to create broken homes, you kind of also got to hold the women that he slept with accountable too, because what were their reasons behind continuing to pursuing this man, knowing that he's not going to marry them? He has no intentions of marrying them. He's made it abundantly clear. I just want to smash. So when we as women oftentimes will willfully ignore red flags that are blaring in our face because of our feelings for that person or whatever intentions we may have. And what we as women have to start doing is holding ourselves accountable for ignoring the flag. Now, it's one thing if you were with someone and they said to you, yes, I want marriage, I want this, I want that, I want the other, and they claim to be all into you and seem indicative of those things, but then it comes out that that's not who I thought I married, or that's not who I thought I had children with. That's different, as opposed to they told you who they were from the beginning. They showed you their representative and their face, and you said, no, he got a big dick, I'ma fuck him. Oh no, he got a lot of money, I'm a be with him. We have to stop doing that to ourselves. Big dick is not hard to find. Good dick is not hard to find. Reliable and good partners are not hard to find when we start having bigger, better standards on both sides. Then we can do a better service to our children. But when you willfully ignore who this man is telling you he is, now you as the mother are now going to be held responsible when your child is looking at you saying, why can't my dad ever come spend time with me when I want him? Because mommy was being selfish and wanted rich dick, so that's where we are.
I agree with you on that point.
Chad,
Yeah.
one moment, Benny, you know better.
What?
It's 200 of y'all in here and y'all ain't got them fingers moving yet. What's up? What's the
Go ahead and
problem?
get 'em, moderator.
I'm at
Go
work,
ahead.
and but don't get it twisted. The live goal is, since y'all don't want to tap, the live goal is 30K, and if y'all don't get it popping by at least in the next 10 minutes, I'm gonna turn the cameras off.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna
get
turn
'em,
the cameras
moderator.
off.
All right,
Don't get it twisted. I'm back now.
All right.
Go ahead, Chad.
Okay, cool. That's what's up. No, I was gonna say, so I definitely agree with you, Janelle. As far as, especially because you are a woman, to hold other women accountable, I definitely agree with you there. And the women are going to be held accountable throughout the duration of that child's life. Every time that child comes home, everybody know that, unfortunately, like y'all say it all the time, you blame the parent who stayed, I'm the one who stayed. So that woman is going to have to deal with all of that. Her comeuppance will come. But as far as where we are now, this situation would not have even been created if that man didn't have control over his sperm. You can have sex with whoever you want, but without no sperm, there is no baby. Without no erection, there is no sex. So it's really up to the man to decide that he is worth something, and he's only going to plant his seed in something else that is worth something. Like, think about the people always talk about, oh, we kings, black kings, but you're not moving like no king. King Charles, Prince Charles, whatever. Did he have an affair? All this stuff? Yeah, I'm sure he had all type of affairs, but who did he give his seed to? Princess Diana. That's it. That's it. Like, if they don't, you're not moving. He didn't spread his seed like chicken feed, like bird food. Like, it's not supposed to be like that. If you think you worth something, then you're not going to dip in something that's well, like, if you think you worth something, why you dipping in something that you got to run to the clinic afterwards? Or why you run, you know what I'm saying? Why you dipping in something that you don't know is going to treat you right? Like, the women made their intentions known up front too, that they want that money, they want that check. Like, that's the lifestyle that you're crossing into. So it's like, the man still has to have discipline over who he gives his seed to. Nobody ain't telling you not to do who you want to, but you ain't got to shoot up the club like that.
Right. And as like, we can't, like I said before, we can't puff our chest out and say we're the leaders of the community. We want our women to submit to us, da 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 da. But then when we start talking about our decision to impregnate a woman, now it's, oh, both parties are accountable for this. But she wouldn't get pregnant unless I did that. Yeah. I have to make the choice to get her pregnant. That's why I always tell the young fellas, like, my biggest fear when I was younger was becoming a baby daddy. So I proactively ensured no woman gonna trap me, because you can't use the excuse, oh, she poked a hole in it because I brought my own. You know what I'm saying? Like, I made sure even with that, I pulled out. You know what I'm saying? And if something happened, that was because I let it happen. So that's why I'm not focused about these women right now. Like, we talking about, y'all always say I don't never address women. I'm talking, address the men. I'm talking about the men right now, because that's who ultimately runs this shit. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all want us to be, you know what I'm saying, leaders and, all that good shit that we talk about that black men don't do. I'm not worried about the women right now, because they shouldn't even matter. Not in the sense of they don't matter, but like in this conversation, it shouldn't matter, because he's the asset. As a man who wants to provide and take care of a family, I'm the asset. Yeah. So why would I not carry myself as such? And the thing that I always harp on is, men can walk around and have that mentality when we start talking about making money, we start talking about, business aspects of avenues or whatever the case may be. But then when we start talking about relationships, having kids, it's just like we don't take that shit serious. It's hey, whatever, like he said, well, whatever God brings. Like, no, you have to be disciplined in all avenues of your life, even these children. A woman could never trap me, because I didn't deal with women that were gonna try to trap me, number one, and because I made sure that it wasn't gonna happen. I took the steps necessary to ensure that would never happen, and it didn't, because I was intentional and I was purposeful when I dated, and who I dated, and who I messed with.
Yeah, I think it all boils down to value. Like,
yeah, you gotta value yourself as a man. A lot of men walk around and don't value themselves.
Yeah, they don't value themselves.
It most definitely does boil down to that, because I'm also speaking as the product of two people who decided to make babies. My parents planned me, but my father had no intentions of really being present like he promised that he would. And so as we got older, my brother eventually came about, and we struggled, mainly because my father didn't want to be there, but also because my mother didn't take my father for child support a lot sooner, because her heart was in the way. I feel like it started really with Gen X, in my opinion, this trend of broken homes, because to me, there's a lot of them who had that same mindset of, I'm a hit it and we together, but we're not married. And now it's gotten worse with my generation, millennials. It's really bad. No one really takes this seriously.
Now, I say all the time, black people don't take family planning seriously. Yeah, I say that shit all the time.
It boils down to a lot a lot of people raised up and they don't see it. You know what I'm saying? Because we got a lot of single parent homes, and most people don't grow up and say, I want something different. Most people just go with the status quo. So if I grow up and I never see dad, I never learned that family household. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but then also, I understand that, but it's like, why do so many people not? It's like, do people, when they turn 18 or when they have kids, do they all of a sudden get neuralized and all of a sudden their memory goes blank? Like it's like they have no remembrance of what it was like to be that child that didn't have a dad, to be that child that didn't have donuts for dad, or when you looked out into the audience in the award ceremony and nobody was there and nobody was at your games. They completely forget about that. It's like they completely forget about what that actually felt like.
I'm gonna tell you, they don't forget, and I'm gonna tell you why they don't forget. Because I've heard people say, "Well, I didn't have that when I grew up, so it don't matter." So I don't think they forget, but I think we get to a point where some people go through so much trauma that they want their kids to go through the same trauma that they went through, because it made me who I am today. They feel like it's gonna make them, but everybody has their own process. So it just balances out. Is it a horrible thing? Yeah, but I just think that would it comes from. It stems from trauma from a childhood, and my child will go through that same trauma.
But what's good, Rich, man? You been in here for a minute. You ain't said nothing.
My bad, man. I've been I'm trying to do some stuff. My bad. I joined, but I got sidetracked. But nah, my whole argument was women calling him a deadbeat without knowing the situation, or saying he broke up 4 homes, which is true. I wouldn't say spread your seed, you know what I'm saying, through multiple women.
He not a deadbeat.
I'm a married man, so I understand, you know, certain situations you got women, you know, I got a kid not with my wife too. But women calling him a deadbeat and saying he broke it up on, I don't think that's true. If you attentive, you there with your kids.
But that's the thing. It like, he's not a deadbeat, but he did create broken homes. Like, that's what it is. But that doesn't mean he doesn't take care of his children. And that's why I think a lot of these guys start getting their feelings about it, because of the broken home comment. But that's just what it is. That's like, we gotta call a spade a spade. Just like the women that be like, oh, I'm a married single mother. No, you're not. You're just married to a piece of shit that don't help you.
I agree with that.
You know what I'm saying? So people like to throw terminologies and shit and make us feel better about our decisions in life. But saying like the deadbeat part, that's not. I don't know why they said that.
Yeah.
But the broken home part, he did create that. That's what it is.
I think that's the only reason why I brought up military. Like, do y'all still think a military man has broken home because he left for a year or two? Yeah. Is that a broken home to them?
I mean, I guess not on paper.
You know, that's what I'm saying.
I wouldn't say on paper, but like, I mean, it is though. Like, as a military person who's seen this,
yeah,
I mean, you might as well say it is.
And then also, as a military person, it's not the same, because he's not intentionally starting off these situations. You know what I'm saying? Military, that's a job, and to have a family, they're just working through that. But Cam is a person with means to where if he chose to control his seed better, he could actually have he can be an involved and active father for 1 or 2 children in his home, married to his wife. He absolutely can.
Spreading your seed everywhere, man, that's just crazy in general. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. Because, like, I guess the impact of a person like having to go on deployments and always be out the house can kind of have the same impact, but it is him going to work, whereas Cam is intentionally choosing to do this. But it does. You will see some of the same things from there, because I mean, the dad is, or the mother, you know, is not there. Somebody else has to fill in that role.
Right. Now, I respect the panel though, man. Y'all holding men accountable. Yeah.
Hey, they said I don't never do it, so you know.
Hey, they be on you, boy. They be on you, boy.
Hey, man,
I'm getting beat up right now. Going crazy.
But they to keep saying like it's a like that's the part that is irritating. That I keep seeing a lot of fellas say is like, oh, well, he's rich, he can do what he want to do. And I mean, you don't have to be rich to do what you want to do. There's plenty of broke men out here just having babies. I feel like the broker you are, the more babies people tend to have, because that's all they have to do is fucking make babies.
Facts.
So I don't even think it's a rich man problem. It's not.
Right, and then the whole thing about when people say that, oh, well, he got money, da, 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 that is irrelevant because at the end of the day, that is just spoken from a poor person's perspective. Because when you don't have money, you think that money fixes everything. No, money fixes the problems in your life that are caused by money, but money also creates other problems that you have not experienced and that you don't even see. So just because someone has money, that does not mean that they're not going to have a completely different set of issues that are going to be more severe than what you're going through right now.
It can patch some holes, but it ain't gonna fix the shit.
I agree with that.
Like there's plenty, like we said, there's plenty of these rich kids to be fucked the fuck up all the way.
But the parents not there, which is basically what we saying. Fatherless home.
Yeah, and because so many people put so much emphasis. That's another thing. People put so much emphasis on, oh, as long as the father is there, father need to be in the home. They need dad in their house. No, it's about what quality of father. Because I can tell you right now, I have my dad, but he was just aloof. My dad was born in the 40s. My dad was born in 1949. Like, he was that typical aloof. You know what I'm saying? We was cool, all of that. But he, you know what I mean? It wasn't no emotional shit. You know what I'm saying? He was a check. You know what I'm saying? He paid the bills, but it was just like, when my dad got killed, I didn't even feel nothing. I didn't even cry at his funeral. Like, I went to work, like, because it wasn't that emotional shit wasn't built. So it's like, it's about the quality of the man, and people aren't looking at that and developing themselves into more connected fathers. They're just looking at the money aspect. I'm telling you, a dad with money don't mean nothing. You're not going, if you want, your kids ain't going to feel nothing for you when you're gone. You're just a check.
And that's why I said, like, as I've gotten more financially ahead, it gets hard to, well, I'm not gonna say it's hard to not fall into the trap of being a lazy parent, because your kids are, it goes from having to actually be hands-on to, oh, you want a PlayStation 5? Here you go. You want some Robux? Take it. You know what I'm saying? You think that's making them happy. No. But a lot of the times they come in to ask you because they want your attention. And I kind of start falling into that, especially with my older ones. I start falling into that trap of just giving them what they want, just buying it. And they start kind of like acting out. So then I'm like, okay, well, let me start taking them out. Hey, let's go grab some food. And I got to actively put in time and, build an emotional attachment relationship with them versus just, oh, you want some Jordans? Oh, you want, you know what I'm saying? Because that's the hard part, especially as men, you know what I'm saying? Like, it can be difficult to try to emotionally attach to your boys. You know what I'm saying? But it'll be easier to just walk around and just throw shit at them. You know what I'm saying? So money does not just cure everything. In a way, it can kind of make you more of a lazy parent.
Yeah, you see it now though. Look at the concept of Future Son and Russell Wilson. It's like the perfect concept. Like, Future has money, but his son clings to Russell because Russell actually pours into him.
Yeah,
it's the same concept. So I mean, that's like they can look at it in real time and see, like, money can't do nothing. Like, money can make it where your life is easier. But when it comes to, like, the emotional support, like Chad said, when it comes to emotional, spiritually, like, yeah.
What's good, boss treatment? What's good with you?
I'm good. How are you? How y'all doing?
Hey, we chilling.
And I love this conversation. Yeah, watching that interview was painful. But I just want to chime in for Gen X for a second, and I'm going to be going. Y'all gonna stop blaming the world's problems on us. Some of us ain't have our daddies either. Okay, let's not do that.
It is y'all fault.
It is not. It is not.
Motherfucking crack babies. Y'all fucked it up.
Exactly, but we wasn't the ones selling the crack. So who was out there doing that?
Hey, what up?
Okay, so we grew up without our daddies too. I just had a conversation with my dad, and he was like, "Oh, you turned into such a strong woman." Not that I could take credit for that. I said, "No, you actually can." Because it's your choice of absence that created what you see. So at the end of the day, all of us, and I had friends, everybody was not growing up with their daddies inside of Gen X. Okay, let's get rid of that delusion. And everybody's parents weren't married inside of Gen X. Okay.
Nah, y'all.
I just wanted to clarify, because y'all gonna stop attacking Gen X, damn it.
The boomers jacked up the economy, and y'all jacked up the household.
Listen, the boomers helped jack up the household too. The boomers taught us how to jack up a household. So
that's funny.
It was learned behavior.
Hey, we gonna let y'all live, man.
Yeah, that's all I want to say. Y'all go back to y'all conversation. It's a good one. Bye.
All right. Oh Lord. They said my Gen X dad was garbage. But yeah, man. Like I said, it's an interesting conversation, and like I said, it's gonna be the topic of the week. But I don't if I don't know if everybody watched the whole interview. I'm not sure, but it was a lot that could be learned from that. Like I said, even on the lady side, because she was she was kind of getting on them women. She ain't gonna say kind. She was getting on them women ass too. But I don't think a lot of the chicks are gonna see or hear that message, because it's like, yeah, get Cam Newton, girl. But she touched on something that was very important when she talked about women placing unrealistic because Cam was asking her, like, basically in a nutshell, he was asking her, like, do you have anybody, because he was trying to be shady, and insinuate, like, well, how can you give advice on relationships or what men and women need to do when you're single? And then he tried to imply, like, well, do you have any healthy relationships that you can point to and say, yeah, I want that? And she was like, no, like, I want what's for me. I don't idolize other people's relationships. What's for them is for what's for them. What's for me is what's for me. I don't do that. Like, do I admire their relationships? Sure. But do I sit there and say, yeah, I want that, or I want to model mine after them? No. And I was like, yeah, I see what she's saying, and I agree. And then she explained why she doesn't do that. And she was saying that a lot of women will do it because they look at their homegirl, they look at their mother, or they look at whoever they want to look at and say, yeah, girl, that's what I want. I want my husband to do that. That's how I want him to be, right? And then they turn around, and then when they get their man, they have an idea of what that man is supposed to be in their head. And then when that man does not meet those expectations of that false reality that she set, then the resentment comes. Then the oh, he's not good enough comes. Then the nagging and stuff comes, right? And yeah, the relationship goes shit. And she was saying, like, you can't do that, because a lot of times you have to take people for what they are and then go from there and work on what you and that person have. And you have to take people for what and who they are, not what you came up with in your head. You know what I'm saying? And I thought that was very important that she touched on that. But and men can do it too. And you heard it in the interview, because Cam was doing it, because he kept pointing to his mom and his dad, and he was like, yeah, but it's like, you're not good. Like, number one, you don't know what your mom and daddy had to go through. You know what I'm saying? So, and you don't know what your homegirl and her husband or your coworker that you see, you be like, oh girl, your husband love you so much. I wish I had a man like that. And it's like, you can admire the core values or the foundation, but when you start talking about meshing and melding two people, two worlds, two personalities, and two lifestyles together into one, you can't base that off of what somebody else got. See, because once you get there and you realize that person isn't that, then you're gonna be disappointed. Instead of taking them for who they are and molding and shaping and culturing and developing that, you sat there and wanted to make him meet this. Oh, I need a man that act like my daddy. Oh, I need a man that's gonna act, do me like Russell Wilson do Sierra. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what leads a lot of women into disappointment and fucked up situations. And then they get on the internet after leaving the man talking about, oh, well, he just wasn't on my level. No, your level was just some shit you made up in your head. It's just something you made up in your head. Nobody could ever meet that. Nobody can meet the perfect person that we create in our heads. And that's why I always tell people, I'm like, you're not gonna find the perfect person. And I think if a lot of people just met people where they were and took them for what they are and made their decision based off of that versus the idea of what they have in their head that person's supposed to come and meet, a lot of these topics and conversations that we have about relationships and men and women would die down, basically. You know what I'm saying? Because if you have if you get with someone and you're trying to make them reach an idea of something that's in your head, you setting yourself up for failure because that person will never reach that. They'll never reach that.
Benny, is Chad coming back up?
I don't know. He dropped down. I don't think he might have had to go.
He said he had a phone call, so I don't know if he was requested or not.
He ain't. Did he? Oh, let me look. Oh, yeah, he back.
Okay, so y'all playing with my top, and since y'all want to play with my top, I'm turning these comments off. I said 45. It's 136 of y'all in here. Y'all playing with my top. All right.
No, we got the 70,000 with like 40 people. We got
exactly. So y'all playing with my top. So
the difference between low value and low functioning. So we could do that because she just cut the comments off, but I will talk about that. The difference between low value and low functioning, right? And if you watch the whole interview, she does break that down because that's what Cam Newton was having a hard time separating. So the value part is like the physical, you know what I'm saying? Like as a high value man, right? You got the status, you got the fame, you got the wealth, you got the money, you got the cars, the assets, you know what I'm saying? That's the value. The function is the emotional component to it. So like the maturity level, the emotional intelligence, how to regulate your emotions, having self-awareness, how to maneuver people, your people skills and shit like that. So understanding your weaknesses, understanding your triggers, how to effectively manage those triggers and emotions and things of that nature. That's the function. Excuse me. Whereas the value is, I guess, what you provide on the physical aspect of it, right? So you can be high value, but be low functioning. You can be high functioning and be low value. You know what I'm saying? But we all have a little bit of both. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, you know what I'm saying? Because nobody's perfect. You know what I'm saying? But you can be pit at the bottom, just low functioning. But then it's kind of, so an example of a high value woman that's low functioning would be that would be a chick that's like, she's a respiratory therapist or a lawyer or something like that, and she goes and, you know, she's just dealing with like bum dudes because there's something in her that's low functioning that she attaches to those type of dudes, right? And or reverse with guys, he's high value, but he messing around with Instagram baddies and strippers. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's that's where that comes from.
And hello, everybody. I just want to say, like, what I think, could be a scenario is you can have a low functioning woman. That means she's simple. She doesn't require a lot, but she's looking at the long term, such as 401k, pension, retirement, things like that.
That's not low functioning.
No, I'm saying like what most people look at low functioning is a simple person.
Okay.
For the physical part. So a lot of women could look at me and say, "Oh, she don't keep her hair done. She don't have her nails done." Not saying that, but saying, okay, she's low functioning. She doesn't require a lot because eventually she's gonna be high functioning. Is the goal? Is what is the end goal of the situation? Not right now. So low functioning can mean a simple person. High functioning, it can mean, oh, she got to have all of this. That's what a lot of people in this generation take, low and high functioning as.
Just echo out real quick. Hold on.
Oh. Cause she got a lot of back. So I think you getting value mixed up with function. That's not a woman being low maintenance doesn't make her low functioning. That's just she doesn't value materialistic things, or that's not because a woman's value would be those things. Keeping her hair up, keeping her looks up, being in shape, that adds to a woman's value. So that's separate from how she functions internally. If anything, that a low maintenance woman who focuses on her emotional and what's on the inside would be kind of high functioning because she's in tune with not wanting a man for his assets and his value.
Absolutely. Like high functioning focuses on the overall wellness. Not it's nothing to do with the way you show up in the world. It's how are you inside, like your overall wellness, your wholeness, your fullness. Like how well are you at understanding your triggers, understanding who you are as a person in totality? Because until you are high functioning, you will not be able to attract what you truly desire. You're just going to attract what you are. So if you are low functioning and you're complaining about the people that you're attracting, it's because that is what you are. And you need to become high functioning to attract different people. And that's the hardest thing that people have. That's the hardest issue people have with accepting that I am attracting this because this is who I am. And people don't want to accept that.
Mm-hmm. Like she even said in an interview, you attract what you are, not what you think you are. You know what I'm saying? And like a lot of guys will get upset because they're like, oh well, they get money or they get whatever to the point where they're fiscally they have the value, but they can't find the woman that wants them for the man that they are. But it's like 9 times out of 10, there's something about him internally that, yeah, you got the value, but inside, that's your level. Your level is Instagram baddies who just want you for some clout and to ride in your nice car and to spend your money. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you think you're this amazing guy, but in reality, internally, you're down there with those women, but you think you're better than them. You know what I'm saying? So that's the difference between value and functionality. if that makes sense to, I forgot who asked the question. it was a while ago before it locked up the comments.
I agree too, especially with the point that you made right before that when you were saying with people trying to look at other people's relationship and then having a person in front of them, having their person try to mimic someone else and then never working out. It's like, if you are not perfectly happy, if you're not happy with the reality that the person that you're with may not change anything about themselves for the rest of your duration, if you cannot accept them as they are completely in full right now, then don't be with them. If there is something about them that you know that you could not accept if they never changed it, then don't be with them. Accept them if you cannot accept them as they are, because it's a possibility that person might not change that thing that irked you, and then you wasting both of y'all time. Lying to yourself, telling yourself that you could deal with it when from day one you saw that shit and you knew you didn't like it.
That's why I always say, like, it's 80-20, because none of us are perfect. So you get with this guy, he's 80%, 80% of him, you like, man, I just love it. Everything about that 80%, it's the best in the world. I can't get enough of it. But then the part of him that's 20, that's the bad side. It's like, I always say, I believe that people don't change. That's just me. We can adapt, but I don't think we change. Like, we can adapt to our situation for the moment, for temporarily, but I don't think people foundationally change. People tend to be set in their ways after I think it said 8 or 9 years old, something like that. So I try to say that 20% that's bad, that's who they are. When they're mad, when they're upset, when they're sad, or when they get comfortable and that 20% come out, that's them. That's the ugly side. And I always tell people that's the part you focus on, not that 80, because that 80, that's good. That 20% that you like, he got a little attitude problem, or and mind you, the 20% should be character traits and morality. It shouldn't be like, shit that don't fucking matter. But if that 20% is something that when it comes out you can accept and you can deal with it, then you got somebody that you can work with. Especially if they're aware of that 20% and then they because now mind you, it's not gonna change. But if they can be aware and actively and progressively, be in tune with it to where, okay, let's say they might be having attitude problem when they get upset, or they don't like to talk. They like to go walk away. You're the type of person that, we got to talk about it right now. If he's like, okay, instead of just walking away, he communicates. He's like, look, babe, I don't want to just walk off, but I need some time to decompress. But we can hash this out in another hour or two. We can sit down and then talk, right? You can work with that. If they're doing that, that's someone you can ride off to the sunset. Y'all can build something. But if that 20% that you look at and you literally can't deal with it, and it's like, man, I can't do it, then you don't need to be with them. No matter how good that 80% is, you don't need to be with them, because it's never going to work. That should be something that's considered a deal breaker, because they're not going to change. But a lot of people, male and female alike, think they can change people instead of taking them for who they are and what they are when they show you.
Yeah, that'd be that ego. People think that they can change people because of ego. It's like so many, especially women though, will get with a dude that has things about him that they know that they do not like, or what they want to change, and then they try and change the guy into something else so that they can say, look what I made him into, look what I turned him into, look how he leveled up when he got with me. And it's like, it's kind of like you might meet a dude who's a math teacher in the hood, and when you meet him, you all like, yeah, baby, you could be the administrator to the top rated school district in this whole city. Well, maybe he want to be a math teacher in the hood, and that's all he want to be, and he's okay with that, and that is what he's happy with. Why do you have to impose your will on him? Like, because all that is just like potential. People always talk about potential, but potential is nothing but manipulation wrapped in martyrdom. You're just saying who you are right now isn't good enough for me. So I see your potential and I need you to be something else because this right here ain't gonna work.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you gotta take people for what they are. I mean, it's as simple as that. A lot of people's issues when it comes to these relationships can be fixed or null and void if they just took people for what they are and then moved accordingly. But everybody think they can change somebody. Oh yeah, man. That's why I made that video about when all the dudes was talking about that big girl. She was cute in the face, but she was a little heavy or whatever. And they was like, yeah, man, I see the potential. Yeah, I see the vision. And I'm like, or you could just take her for what she is and be happy. Like, what if she said, I don't want to lose weight? Then what? You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's like, that topic was annoying to me because it just showed, like I always say, a lot of dudes really don't get women. Because if you got women, you would understand something like that is superficial. It doesn't matter. And that's how you get guys who end up like Cam Newton. Complaining, talking about women don't love them. They just want their money. Because, if she's... Even in the interview, the doctor said who was it, Cam Newton? Yeah, Cam Newton and Nick Cannon both said the same thing along the lines of they can make a woman be whatever they want to be because they got the money and the resources. And it's like, and she was like, no, you can't make them. They allow you to do those things because of whatever they want or whatever the case may be, but you're not making these women do these things.
Facts. That's exactly like facts. Because like when you met her, she was a hood chick who was about her money. You thought you was gonna make her into. She still got your money. At the end of the day, like it doesn't matter. You can't change people. It goes both ways. Like, and then to even say that out loud proves that you are entering into situations with women who you know are lower functioning than you, and using your money as a manipulation tactic to turn them into something that they're not. You literally just admitted that.
Yeah. And the chicks do the same thing and be like, oh, well, I know he...
They definitely do the same thing. Don't let them do the love at the lockup. Perfect example. All them inmates, you're only with this man because you are using your financial status and security as a manipulation tactic to this man. I don't feel sorry for none of them.
That's what shit. I made a video about that. That's why they don't. But like the women who, like I said earlier, the low functioning woman who's high value, right? I've seen it plenty of times, and it's a lot of what these dudes get on here and complain about. They be like, "Oh, she want the Pookie and the Ray Ray. She an accountant at Wells Fargo, but she messing around with Pookie and Ray Ray out there in the wars in New Orleans." And I know a chick personally that is just like that, and it's like a lot of those chicks do that. They are low functioning because something internally in her, they want those type of men because they can easily control those men. Not in a sense of she can stop him from sleeping around or mistreating her things, but something in her internally is attracted to those type of men that need, because those men need her in whatever capacity, shape, or form. Those type of men are lacking to where they need her, whether it's for money, whether it's for emotional place to stay. Like those men they need those women with money because they don't have none or whatever, and so those women can control those type of men and feel wanted and needed by those low bottom of the barrel ass dudes. So that's why they're attracted to those guys, because they can manipulate, just like guys with money can manipulate women. Women with money can, in a sense, manipulate those guys.
Absolutely. It's like they have it. It's like they enter into this power dynamic, and I'm sure it's rooted in some type of insecurity or abandonment issues or something. Because it's like, as long as he needs me, then I know he won't leave me. So they
Right.
keep entering into these relationships with low functioning, low value men, because at the end of the day, it's like, as long as he's telling to me that he needs me, then he won't leave.
Yup. I used that abandonment. It keep that he it was another aspect of it, is because a lot of chicks, the only how do I elaborate on this? 'Cause I think I've said it before in a video. The only way that they can feel, like, the only way that they know how, what, I guess in a sense, what love, their version of what love is to have a man need them. And so it's kind of like when they go to men who are high functioning and high value, they self-implode and self-sabotage, because it's like, what do you mean you don't need me for money? You don't need to take my car. You don't need me to give you $30 for gas. You don't need me to come pick you up. You don't need, to come to my house and sleep on my couch. What you mean? Oh, so I got to show up emotionally? I got to bring my low functionality up to you, to me? What the fuck? And so they'll self-sabotage because it's uncomfortable. It requires work. And so they'll be like, I can't do it. They'll say on the internet all day that that's what they really want, until that meets them in their face, and then you actually gotta be something.
Absolutely. Like, take a lot of people's definition. Ask them, what is the definition of love? What does love mean? It will literally all boil down to some form of chaos plus codependency. That's really all that it is. Chaos plus codependency is their definition of love. They even say things like, love is pain, pain is love. No, it's not. Pain is pain, love is love. These are not interchangeable synonyms. These are two different words with two different meanings. But people literally have these ideas in their mind that love is pain and pain is love, and all types of things, but they don't actually know what love is, and they cannot even tell you what it is.
That struggle shit and that chaos, bro. People would, like, when like my wife, or even me, like, when I describe like our relationship and I'm talking about our issues, because I mean we have issues, but when I'm talking about our issues, it's like, oh, it be like minute shit, like really like small ass shit. And they'd be like, man, you and your husband really don't argue like that. I'm like, because it, like, there's nothing to argue. Like, we don't have fights like that. We're good. But then when they start describing, they be like, girl, I mean, it's just my man be coming home late, and we be fussing and fighting and arguing. But you know what, girl? He come home and it be like, that's just the ups and downs, girl. That's real. That's love. Like, the fuck?
Exactly. It's like,
be describing fuck, like, yeah, man, my girl, I be having to go through her phone. Like, this is dysfunction to me.
it's chaos. It's chaos and codependency. That's all it is. Like, it's like people make relationships harder than they gotta be. Literally, if you have a relationship in your life, so if you've known somebody in your life from childhood, y'all still friends, you still friends with somebody from 5-10 years ago, high school, it don't matter, then you already have proof that you have what it takes to sustain a long-term relationship. Just find that in somebody that you want to fuck. So that's it. A boyfriend, girlfriend, spouse, it's all just the same relationship that you have with your friend or family, somebody who you have been in your life, somebody that has been in your life forever, that you actually want to sleep with. Because literally, somebody that you love, trust, honor, cherish, and value that you don't want to sleep with is just called a friend or family member. That same person who you want to sleep with is called a partner, a spouse. boyfriend, girlfriend. But it's like people make it a lot harder than it has to be. Look at your relationships that you have in your life, your friendships that you have had since high school. You have it in you to make it happen. You just are thinking about the shit way too hard.
That's because a lot of people's non-negotiables are shit that don't matter in relationships. And it's normally like if you ask a dude or a chick what's some of your non-negotiables, 9 times out of 10, the first thing that come out their mouth is something physical.
All day. Even when you ask a dude, oh, well, what do you like about your girl? Or what do you look for in your girl? What is something that goes, they list all things that she does, not who she actually is. If you ask a dude, what do you like about your girlfriend? It's always gonna be, well, she cooks for me, she cleans for me, she takes care of me. These are all things that she does for you, but you never mention anything about her.
Mm-hmm. That's superficial. That like I rarely ever see a guy. Well, I ain't gonna say rarely, but usually, typically, if I ask a dude like, well, why you ain't married her yet or not? I mean, she, I'm just love, and then they go, and I'm like, well, what are some of the things you love about your girlfriend or your woman or whatever? Man, and it's either some type of service or something physical. I'm like, well, damn, but like if you ask me, well, what do you love about your wife? Like probably the first thing that come to my like just if you ask me one thing, the first thing that I'm gonna say is she's compassionate. Right there, that's one of the biggest things. She's nice to me. She listens when I speak. She doesn't disrespect me. She values the things that I say and my presence and doesn't take advantage of me. She doesn't say, she doesn't manipulate my feelings. Like most of the things that I'm gonna name off rip are like emotional, like high functioning, intangible, something that's character trait based or moral based or principle based. And then I'll get to the physical or sex or what like, but that's on the back end.
Yeah.
It's because she's nice to me.
Okay, so can I ask you this? Are those the reasons why you married her?
Yes.
Because she had did those things from a girlfriend position?
Yes. So the character traits in which she expressed when we first met was what attracted me to her. Now, for people in the comments, my wife is not ugly. I have shown my wife before. But because I've had my share of beautiful women. I've never been shortcoming to that. So when I got rid of my player status and I said, man, I'm ready to, like, me being in the streets, Benny, was different than I'm in a relationship, Benny. So when I decided to be in a relationship, I chose women based off of their character. Like, I'm not gonna say looks aren't important, but if you don't discuss me, then we good. You know what I'm saying? So when we were dating and getting to know each other, what drew me to say, oh, she has wife qualities wasn't, oh, she can cook, because my wife can't cook. Oh, she can clean, or oh, she can fucking suck good. Like none of that was my priority. It was because I grew up. My mother was loving up until her mental health took over. But then my stepmother was one of those mothers that wasn't very emotional. So majority of my childhood, from 10 to high school, I grew up in her care. And I'm not saying she was mean. No, I'm not saying she was, but I'm not gonna say she was like abusive or bad to me. She just was one of those old school rough mamas. You know what I'm saying? So, and I saw how she would deal and talk to my daddy. So the biggest thing for me was, number one, like I said, a compassionate woman that listened and did not do things like take low blows, manipulate my emotions, throw things like do that tit for tat shit, throw things back in my face. Like, so those was what was important to me. And she did display those qualities when we first met and when we were dating and became girlfriend, boyfriend, once we got engaged. And she also displayed those attributes to other people outside of her lovers. She was the same way to her coworkers. She was nice, friendly, compassionate to her coworkers, to her family, to her children, to just strangers that she just interacts with. Like, she was a overall nice person. She wasn't just nice to me. So I could verify that she was genuinely a good person by how she treated others, not just the person that was fucking her.
Yeah, I feel you. I just, when I had a good conversation about why men get married with my homies not too long ago, and some of the things that would be explained is like, well, she could have did that as a girlfriend. But I'm not trying to take the conversation in a different direction. It kind of correlates because, the conversation was about broken homes, and one of the main reasons why men get married is to start families. And I think the doctor made some really good points. I mean, for the most part, she kind of trashed him through the whole interview.
That's why he was trying to throw shade the whole time.
Yeah, the only thing that I kind of disagree. I disagree with this low functioning, high functioning thing, man. Like, I think that we should just stay away from it. I know it's going to be the term for a little while at this point, man, but I felt like she was using the term low functioning as a way to
Well, you do got to understand.
shame him. She was shaming him and the woman he was dealing with into her belief system. And a lot of people was eating that up. And I'm like, well, damn, like, it just felt like she just was trying to shame him for not being in her belief system. And don't get me wrong, I'm a married man, and I believe in the household being a unit, whatever. And he is creating broken households. It's no secret about that, But my thing about Cam is he's living in his truth, and the people and the women who are entering into that lifestyle, he's letting them know what it is. So he's not being deceptive with these women, whether you disagree with it or not. It's just one of those situations. It's like, you damned if you do and you damned if you don't. Because if he was being deceptive, a lot of people would be like, why can't he just be upfront about the way that he want to live his life? Now he's being upfront with the way that he lives his life, and people got a problem with that. So again, I'm a married man. I have children. We move as a unit, but I'm just looking at this stuff on the internet, and it's high functioning, low functioning. I just
You do
think we
got to
should stay away from
understand
that, man.
she is a therapist and a doctor, and there are going to be terminologies for the things that people do.
But if everyone that you ask what is high functioning and low function, everyone struggled. So it's going to be something that's going to be used out of context for the foreseeable future at this point.
Well, she did explain what it is. So if someone takes it and runs with it, we can't control that. But she clearly defined what it means and what it is. You know what I'm saying? So because the same way Kevin Samuels threw out High Value Man, and men who got it, and then there was a bunch of men who ran with it and made their own ideologies with it. It's the same thing. But he clearly defined what it was. You know what I'm saying? So you can't control how people gonna run off with it when you clearly define what it is.
Yeah, I agree with that. The whole high value, low value thing, I didn't feel like that was something that was made up on a psychological type of level where it could be open into interpretation. It's just like a man that's this height, a man that makes this much money, the man that does.
Cam Newton
It's like, it's
also-
very clear, but it seems like low functioning to her, the way that she was explaining, is like, okay, you create broken households, and
But Cam-
that's low
but-
functioning, and the
but-
woman you
but
deal
throw
with
it
is
out
low
there,
functioning.
Cam Newton was the one who used the term first, because he said that people think of him as low functioning. So he threw it out there first. I'll say that.
Okay. And I agree. I didn't watch the whole 2 hours of it. I watched some here and some here, but that's what came out of it. This whole low functioning thing. It's like, oh, you got children by multiple women. That's low functioning, and the women you deal with are low functioning.
So I'll say this: him having, like, the way I dissect, like, what got me frustrated with what he was saying was because the I guess the low functioning part for me is the he was like, it wasn't that, okay, how do I explain this? It wasn't like he was, yeah, man, I fucked around and just had a bunch of babies, but I've learned from my past and I want to try to do it the right way. It was like, yeah, what my past just happened and I had no control over that. But I want God to just bring there's no intent behind the shit that he said. It's just like it just came off as bullshit to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, he has no intentions on getting married. I mean, at this point,
Right. So that when you said earlier that he's not deceiving these women, I mean, you can't be a man with 3 baby mamas and 8 children amongst them all, and then still talking about I want to be married and have more children, but then you're in a relationship that you with a woman you just got pregnant, and you on the internet talking about I want God to send me a wife. Like that's what I'm saying. The word, like what he's saying doesn't match up with his actions, and that part for me is what's low functioning in there, because it's like you're trying to portray yourself to be something that you're not, and it comes off as delusional. And
well, specifically, what is he portraying himself as?
because in the interview, the way, like when he's talking, he's describing himself as, how do I explain it?
With someone that desires marriage?
Yeah, well, he's saying like he wants to be married, he wants a wife, but the way he's moving doesn't align with that. And then when she did ask him, well, are you intentional? He was like, oh, well, I just want God. I just want God to bring it. Like that. That's not a man to me that wants to be married.
Mm-hmm.
Especially as a guy who claims to be a man of God, you gonna sit back and just be like, well, whatever God drops in my lap, then I find my wife. That's not how a leader of men move. You move with purpose and you move with intent. You were an NFL MVP, star quarterback in the league, but when we start talking about women and relationships, and then now you didn't just let God drop that Heisman Trophy in your lap. You didn't just let God drop that NFL MVP in your lap. You ain't just let God drop them contracts in your lap. Like you went out there and you performed and you did and you went and got what you wanted.
So at this point in his life or his career, I mean, like, let's just keep it real. Why would he even get married other than for the optics of it?
Exactly. And that's why I say it's low functioning, because had he just got up there and said, shit, I ain't trying to get married. I mean, it's too late for me now. Like, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he was keeping it a buck. That's just me personally, because I could have respected it more. Hey, he said like, look, I got these kids, I got these baby mamas, I ain't trying to get married. He got up there and said that shit. I can only go off of what he's saying, and then I have to look at what he said and match it with his actions. That's all.
I mean, listen, I definitely feel you on that. Like, you know, because I already, you know, you look at certain people and the lifestyle that they're living, and, you know, especially a man with kids, because starting a family is probably one of the biggest reasons why men get married.
Right.
He got 8 kids, you know, so then like, you know, then he doesn't come across as a very spiritual or a person that's a man of God, like you said. So, I mean, you know, like what else is there for him to get married at this point? Like just for the public perception?
Not necessarily.
So I don't think that would be just
he the one who said he wanted to get married.
I mean, honestly, shoot, let's say if he got married at child number 5, he wouldn't have baby number 8. If he gets married, like, you know what I'm saying? Like he wouldn't, he's constantly digging himself deeper and deeper into a hole. The more women and the more children he adds to this. I was saying earlier, I don't know why it seems like we as a people are so delusional as to we have never seen this before. Look at, like I said earlier, Holyfield.
Well, hold on, before you go there, you said he's digging himself in a hole. What do you mean by that?
He's digging himself into a financial hole. With every woman, you are tying yourself to 18 years of child support, to taking care of this woman, to putting her up in a house. You're tying yourself to somebody for a lifetime for money that you have right now. And as we've seen before, just because you have money now, it all goes. Every single athlete, the biggest thing that they say, look at the biggest contracts, their biggest regret is they had a bunch of kids. And so it's like, how can people say that they actually are supportive of him and they have his best interest and they actually care about him as an individual when we know exactly how this road leads? Because he is not doing anything differently than anybody who has came before him has done. He's doing it the exact same way, but we're sitting here applauding it when we know he's about to hit a wall. When we know he's about to end up. Imagine how he's going to feel when he's alone, broke, with all these kids that he cannot provide for. Why do you think self-unalive rates are so high after the players retire, after they can no longer be a bank? They, like, people say that they actually care about the person, but you really don't, because that's a lot of stress to put on somebody, maintaining 9 kids, 8 kids, whatever, 5 women, all this stuff. And these women are, their hunger is never going to be satiated. She's going to want the 2024 G-Wagon, but do you think she's not going to want the 2026 that looks exactly the same? She's going to want that one too. She's like, it's a non-stop cycle. You have all these different women whose appetite you have to constantly satiate. It's a non-stop. You're draining yourself dry.
That's 3 different. So he say he want to get married. So that would mean a 4th woman. You have 4 different women that you have to satisfy and provide for the rest of your life, because you're forever connected to them through those children. So he will forever either have, and he's gonna have to maintain their lifestyles forever. And the minute he doesn't, they're draining him for whatever little left he got. We say, look at Terrell Owens. Terrell Owens ain't got much left, and those women are still hitting him for his pocket. That man was on TV crying because they was hitting him for them pockets. That was far after his career was over.
So what I wanted to say was, I know you said that you didn't watch the full 2 to 3 hours, mister. But if you think about Cam Newton, he has been quarterback. He seems to have succeeded in mostly everything in his life. He's considered high value. So when she said low functioning, or gave her definition of low functioning, it was in a way, in my opinion, to humble him, to bring him down. Like, yes, you're up there when it comes to everything else, but here you're still not at that status that you think you are. And to me, it gave him a bit of a reality check, because she said you can be high value, but you can also be high value and high functioning, or high value and low functioning. You can also be low value and high functioning, and low value and low functioning. So it gave like a vision for him. And I think that's where the low functioning hit him a little bit harder, and he really got offended by that.
So you admit that she used it to shame him for
It's not to shame
living
him.
a lifestyle that she thought he should be living.
It's not a lifestyle. It's not about the lifestyle at all. And you keep saying lifestyle, but if you think about it, a person who is low value can still be low functioning or high functioning. It has nothing to do with the lifestyle. It's more of a mentality. And it's not the lifestyle of finances, this, that, and the other. It's mentally being mentally stable, mentally there, mentally aware, self-aware of the things that you are doing in your actions. It's not to shame him per se, but to give a dose of reality. Even when she told him he was creating broken homes, it hit him a little bit, but he was like, no, I got money. So he think that high value excludes him from a broken home because he has money. So his high value status gives him this elite thing that puts him above everybody else. But when she did that low functioning, it made him think a little bit, in my opinion.
And you know what? Fuck it. We'll just say, I say, maybe sometimes we need to bring shame back. Some people need to be shamed for the shit that they do. Because that's
Don't
the
say
only way
that.
they gonna.
Don't say that. You're gonna lose some
Hey,
followers.
hey, hey, I'm just saying because sometimes that's the only way people are going to see the fault in their ways. Look how the women get on here all the time and they put these embarrassing ass stories on the internet for everybody to see. Those
Oh,
women need to get shamed for that shit.
okay. So in the same vein, so since we took it there, so is a woman who have 3 children or more by 3 different baby dads, is that a low functioning woman?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
like
Yes.
that's
Okay.
what you
Nobody would
if-
debate that.
Okay. Yeah, listen, you'd be surprised.
But
You'd be surprised.
but why does it have to be like, oh
See,
well, if, as long as we
I
say
would
it's on
like
her
to try to be
side.
careful with automatically putting labels on people like that, though. Like you know,
But that's what I'm
maybe,
saying, bro.
Real
maybe
terminology.
low functioning. I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with the term low functioning, but
But
maybe
it's real.
that's what we're going to be calling it for probably the next month or so. You know, I guess. I don't know.
But you also have to think about it as well when they're saying low functioning. It's a mental state. That's all that it is. And a lot of people, you said you don't agree with low functioning, but a lot of these poor decisions is because they're low functioning. And people say, well, Cam Newton, he got 3 women, and it don't matter what this interview say. He's still going to get more women after this interview. But the question is, what quality of women is he getting? He's getting the low quality, low functioning women, and that's how he's able to get them. That's the same conversation she had with Nick Cannon, because what woman in her right mind that is self-sufficient, mentally stable, is about to enter into this knowing that your kid is not going to have a father full time? You're volunteering for this. You know for a fact what he's bringing. And then Nick Cannon also says that he feeds on that. He literally said it. It's a clip. I shared it. That he says he shows up as everything that he thinks she wants. And once he gets her, then he pops up as Toxic Nick. He does this on purpose, and he says he feeds on these women on purpose.
Cam said the same thing essentially when he said that I'm the type of man that I can get a woman to be anything I want her to be. It's the same thing. You're literally saying that you go into situations with the intent of manipulating someone into being what you want them to be. That's low functioning behavior. And the fact that I think that we're focusing so much on the semantics, I think that's the problem. Because
So I'll say this: if you don't like the term low functioning, because we have to be able to use a term or an identifier to highlight this behavior. So if you don't like that term, what would you use in order to describe what people are doing?
Well, for the most part, I mean, it's just people making bad decisions. I think that it's this low functioning or high functioning, whatever it's going to be, is a lot of generalizations. Again, Drea, she came up and she had another definition for it. So like the definition is just going to keep evolving. And listen, man, I don't be on the internet that much anyway. So like, listen, whatever's going on here, it doesn't make me any matter. You know, I just wanted to tap in and just add to the conversation, man. If people are making bad decisions and being irresponsible, whether it be with their money or sexually or whatever, you know, if this is going to be the term for it, like, listen, man.
right,
I could care less. You know, I'm just be honest. You
but
know,
even
because
to
like
look
I
at the
said,
literal,
I'm a married man. I'm not for, I guess, the low functioning and having the kids all over the place and all that kind of stuff. You know, I'm not for that. And he is creating broken households. I'm not applauding him. The only thing that I said that I agree with him with is that he's living in his truth, because if someone was doing this deceptively and just running around with women behind their backs, then that's a whole nother thing. If you want to call that low functioning, I guess that is, you know, I can go along with that. But like, this is the way he's living his life. And if people choose to enter that, I'm not calling the women who choose to enter into that lifestyle with him low functioning.
well,
The
it's
internet
low
can do what they
functioning
want.
behavior because even though he may be choosing to live his life, he is bringing children who have no choice in the matter, who have no hand in the cards that they are being dealt into this situation. So it is low functioning because you can live your life, but when you choose to bring a child into your life and The person that has to deal with the life that you created for them is the only person that didn't have any hand in creating that life. It's low functioning. Like,
Okay, I feel you on that. So specifically, who has come out and said they were unhappy about this, that was in this lifestyle with them? Has anyone came out and said they were
Kids are
unhappy
never gonna
or
come
saying that it
out.
didn't work?
His baby
Kids,
mamas be arguing all the time. They was just talking about the fact that he can't have them over for the holidays because none of them like each other.
The kids?
No, the baby mamas.
Oh, okay.
no, I was saying kids are never gonna verbally say, I don't like this, but they will do things to act out. Bedwetting, things of that nature, all kind of things that kids exhibit comes from them not being able to function or feel comfortable in that environment. And it doesn't matter how many kids he has. I'll just use me personally. I had a set of kids. I married their dad, but his first son, he hates him. He hates him because he even asked him at one point, why them and not me? So eventually when the kids grow up, they will come to you and say, what was so different about their mother and them? Why did they get to be with you for the duration? Why did you pick them? And they internalize it as why me and not them? So the kids will eventually come back and rear their ugly heads because
Wow.
they're functioning in dysfunction.
That's
So
if
so he hated his son?
no, it isn't. Kim's kids are still children. So
Well,
Yeah.
no,
we
I'm
don't
talking
need
about the
his
story
kids.
that was just given. The father hated his son?
No, he said
No,
that
the
the son
son
hated the
hated the
father.
father.
The son hated the father.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's like we don't have to wait until the train runs off the track. We don't have to wait until the bomb explodes. We know how this is going to go. It's like that's another thing I think with the culture. We have this delusion set up to where, oh, it's going to be different. It's going to be different. We know how this story ends. If you put the same inputs, you're going to get the same outputs. We're adding cocoa powder to our cake and being surprised that it comes out of chocolate cake. We're like, I want to make a vanilla cake, but we constantly adding cocoa powder. And like, why is it a vanilla cake? Like, it's never going to be a vanilla cake. We keep doing the same process.
And that's why I said earlier that it's not, because people be like, well, it's Cam Newton's life. And yes, but me personally, when I talk about this, I'm using Cam Newton to talk about the systemic problem that we have within our people. And we can't sit here and deny that the shit we see him doing isn't an issue in our community amongst our men. So when I speak to Cam Newton, I'm speaking to the issue that we have in our community amongst our men.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of broke men in our community that has 8 kids by 3 different women. I mean, that's just a whole nother thing in itself.
But it's the same thing. They just don't have money. And that's why I'm telling dudes to stop trying to separate it, because they're like, oh, well, he got money. He can do what he want to do. Okay, and the broke niggas out here doing what they want to do. And they're still doing the same systemic problem, which is having a bunch of broken homes and kids with a bunch of women that they don't have no intent with, which is why I posted the video of the historical context of where that stems and comes from.
Not
So,
only,
you said what?
I was about to say, not only that, their children have to live in the same world that we live in, and their
Right.
kids go to school with our kids. So you raising a kid in that type of environment and then sending them to school for them being adults, because I don't know about nobody else, but I know adults that have a crazy home life and they come to work and cause chaos all the time.
Them supervisors don't
Hold
want to
up,
let nobody
hold
go home because they hate their wives.
Let me tap in real quick for a
What's
second.
good?
I don't believe that anybody's low functioning, and here's why. I've been around the world. I've been to several countries. I've been deployed. I met a man with 5 wives. All right. He doesn't necessarily subscribe to what we believe he should be doing with his life. He doesn't necessarily subscribe to the nuclear family.
Well,
And
before you continue, I'm gonna stop because you said he has 5 wives.
no. I said I've met a man with 5 wives.
Right.
Right.
Wives.
Hold on. I was leading into another point with that. All right.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Well, what I'm trying to get into is not subscribing to what everybody else thinks you should be doing doesn't mean you're low functioning or high functioning. I mean, if people are co-parenting, and we don't know what the hell he's doing, but if people are co-parenting, so what? Isn't the idea to love the child? Isn't it the idea for both parents to inevitably pour their love into that child and raise them? That's what you're supposed to be doing. Period. Dot. I mean, when we're trying to have this conversation in the grand scheme of things, and then in totality, people get divorced all the time. That doesn't mean you stop pouring into that child. It doesn't mean you stop loving that kid. All right. There's a multitude of reasons why parents are not together. There's parents that never got together, never got married. You're not in a broken home all of a sudden. You're not low functioning or high functioning.
I'm gonna stop because y'all come up with all these excuses to justify piss poor behavior. That's all you. First of all, the guy you said 5 wives. That's different than having 3 baby mamas. That's number one. Number two, if people put more effort and energy into picking the right partner to build the nuclear family, you wouldn't have to come up with all these excuses. Well, life happens and people get divorced. Like y'all always highlight the negative shit, but never talk about the people who have successful marriages that are actually doing it the right way and building and sending out productive children. Y'all never talk about that. We always talk about the fucked up shit and highlight the degenerates, like the degenerate behavior. Like, why do we never talk about the success, what works? At the end of the day, everybody wants to argue and come up with all these different, the white man's the belief system or the Christianity beliefs and all, like, but it works. Look at the statistics. At the end of the day, the statistics show that when a mother, a father are married under one house with their children, they are, in the Black community, 3.5 times more likely to come out better compared to a child who has a broken home. They are 3.5 times more likely to go to college. They are 3.5 times less likely to go to jail. All of these different things that literally prove what works and what is successful, but we always want to go against the grain and try to subscribe and defend poor behavior. That's what it is.
Right.
So,
And it's like, why don't we understand that there's no award for having a hard life? It's like there's no award for having a hard life. You can go again. We know we have been on this earth for too many years. We have social media. We have too many ways. We have data. We have statistics. We have too many. We cannot say that I do not know. Those words can never come out of our mouth anymore because you do. You do. And it's like we focus too much on possibility instead of probability. I was saying earlier, like, it's possible you go outside and find 10 bands on the ground. That's possible. Is it probable? Is it probably going to happen? Probably not. So when it comes to bringing a life into this world, you want to increase their probability of having a successful life. Anything is possible, but you want to do everything that you can to increase their probability of having a successful life.
pretty much. But I'm gonna unmute you so you go ahead and try to, I guess, speak to some more of that.
Okay.
As far as degenerate
Mark,
behavior,
hold on. Mod break. It's 200 y'all in here, and we still at 64 likes. I don't understand. We have 40 people in here, and we got to 75. So what's the problem? And I'm expecting y'all to get to 75 in the next 10 minutes. If not, I'm gonna turn the comments off, and we all just gonna sit in silence. Okay, continue.
as far as degenerate behavior, like I said, you don't have to subscribe to doing that. Loving your child is the baseline, period. Whether you are together or not, love your child.
You can
Pour
love
into your
all
child.
day. You can
All right?
love all day, but at the end of the day, it is proven that when the home is broken, you can only do so much loving. Like there's more to just loving your child. You have to cultivate and create an environment to have that love thrive in the best possible solution that it can. And you have direct control over that.
You have direct control over how well you pour into your child in either scenario. If you're really doing what you need to be doing.
Okay, and which way is more
Because
effective?
when we talk about
Which way is more effective?
which way is more effective, loving your child is more effective, period. Quincy Jones got 8 kids, and they love him.
Which way is more effective? Loving your child from a broken home or loving your child when you get to wake up and go to sleep with them every day in the same house?
That not being married doesn't mean you have a broken home.
Did I say that?
I don't
didn't
subscribe
say
to that.
I didn't say that.
But that's what we're implying here.
No.
So
I
you're
said-
not
I literally said, I don't have to imply. If I wanted to say that, I
produce
would
a kid with the home must be broken.
I literally said which one
What's
is
more
different.
effective is
Which is more effective? Loving your child from a broken home, which means you don't live there, versus I didn't say married. I said living in the same household, going to sleep and waking up every day with your child. Which one is more effective?
what's more effective, period, dot, is loving your kid. Because here we go. Because we want to talk about Cam, but look at Simone.
Who?
Look at Simone.
Who is Simone?
Simone, if you want to talk about broken homes, is adopted.
Simone Biles?
Yeah. She's adopted. There are plenty of people that are adopted by single parents at that and turn out just well. We can't always.
Simone Biles is the exception. You cannot use some. That's the exception. You dodged my question. And
because
then
it's a very directed question without any nuance
Simone,
to it.
Have you watched Simone Biles' like TV show when she goes in and talks about her childhood trauma?
And intervening with the love that she needs.
Have you watched her show talking about how her childhood trauma, it's on Netflix, still impacts her till this day, and her relationship with that mother that you're throwing out there?
I understand where you're trying to get at.
No. I'm saying, have you watched it? Yes or no?
I watched a little bit of it. The point I'm trying to get at is, in totality, there's no one linear path, and blaming people for not doing what you believe that they should be doing isn't any at all helpful. If you are pouring into a child the way you should be, whether you're a single parent, co-parenting, that's what should be working. You don't need a nuclear family only to have some type of successful offspring. You just don't. That's the point I'm trying to get into.
That's what I'm saying. We're not saying that it doesn't happen. Y'all want to point to the exceptions and the possibilities and what could happen versus what normally happens. But that's a problem with black people. We love to do that shit. At the end of the day, again, I asked a direct question that you refused to answer. What's more effective? Loving, providing, and cultivating love in a household away from your child or in the same house as your child?
Neither, to be perfectly honest. All right, because if we look at all these school unalivings, these people that did it, they came from these homes you're talking about.
Hey, I want you to go and look at some family.
Look at Colorblind.
And government articles that describe this stuff, and you can come back to the live later.
Look at Colorblind.
Research. All right. Thanks for stopping by, brother. He's got to go. He's doing the same thing Cam Newton did. When you start asking these niggas direct questions, they can't answer them. It was a yes or no. Which one is more healthier or more effective? But a lot of niggas get on here. I'm so logical. Men are more logical. We don't think with emotion. Everything he answers with some emotional ass goofy shit.
Yeah, the fact that we have to go back and forth over a simple term, anything can be low functioning. If you have an outlet at your house that only puts out half power, that's a low functioning outlet. It's just a regular term that can mean anything. But we had to go into semantics because people were in their feelings because they didn't like the way the words made them feel.
Right, like, oh, it made me feel like I don't like the way that word sounds, but it's the truth. Okay, get outside of the word. That's why I asked them, what would you replace the word with then? Like, what would you use to describe the behavior that we're talking about? Give me a replacement word. It doesn't matter what word we use. At the end of the day, the behavior is the behavior. Let's address the behavior. Like, what's the issue with that?
It's an excuse for degeneracy. It's that's all that it is. Like you said earlier, that's all that it is. It seems like whenever anybody is not coddling or excusing it, that's triggering.
But they get it when we talking about the shit women do though. That's the issue. They don't want us to coddle. They want us to be straightforward, use all the logic, use all the facts and statistics when we start talking about baby mamas. But the minute we start holding these dicks accountable now, man, I don't like that terminology, bro. I don't like that word. Yeah, I mean, I just can't. Let's look at Simone Biles. But then when these women start talking about the exceptional men and the exceptionals, when they start talking about they shit, man, that's not realistic. We can't be using that guy because that's not reality. Like, come on, bro.
Right.
Come on, bro.
Broken homes has been their word for the past few months that I've been seeing people use broken homes for men, and that's what really triggers them. Just like they always talk about a woman is a single mother, this single mother, that. Oh, broken home. Oh, that's been getting up under their skin for a good
right, but because it's true. Because it's true. And they think because they take, like, nobody's saying you don't take care of your children, bro. Nobody's saying you don't love your children. Nobody's saying that you don't do for your child. But the truth is the truth. You created a broken fucking home. And that's just what it is.
The funny part, too, is it's literally a game of language with them, right? When we're talking about the single mothers raising their children, that can be demonized. When we're doing that, we're talking about a broken home, are we not? Yeah. So when it's now on the man and we're saying that there are men outside saying that they're going to create a home that's broken, it's like, oh, no, because I can love my children in a different way. Bro, it goes back to what Chad said. And then they always say they're logical. Probability is logical. Possibility is emotional. They build all their arguments off of possibility. While, yes, you could love all your children, but the probability that you're going to be able to give them enough time, if you have 8 different homes to visit and tuck in 8 different children in 8 different homes, one of them children is not getting tucked in at night. One of those children don't see you in the morning for breakfast. One of them don't get to go over their spelling words with you on the way home.
Right.
And that's yes, why you can love them all you want, but they are missing out on that.
And that's why I asked Buddy which loving is more effective, and he wouldn't answer the question because he know. There's a stark difference between, like, I got my best friend. His situation with his baby mother did not work out. As hard as he tried, it didn't work out. He notices, he loves his daughter. He provides everything for that girl because the mother doesn't pick up her slack. He literally takes care of everything, loves his daughter, whatever. He would give anything for it. But even he said out of his own mouth, man, I hate that it didn't work out. I really tried because I didn't want to break up my family. I hate when I have to say goodbye to my daughter and she has to leave my house. I can tell the difference in her behavior when she comes from her, when I pick her up from her mama and she come back to my house. I see the joy in her eyes and the sadness that's in her eyes when I got to tell her goodbye. When I FaceTime her and she just running around and she really not paying attention to the phone, it hurts me inside because I'm like that's the type of shit that when you create broken home that you're cultivating that child is experiencing. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that you ain't taking care of the kid, you don't love her, but there are things that are going to happen and be a product of you not being with that mother under the same roof with that child.
You know, it's just, to me, is, I call it intellectually dishonest boy math, right? Like these red pills, they'll get out here and say, you know, well, the woman should be more protecting of you know, her cookie, right? Because
Yeah.
she's the one that gives life. Look at it this way: men produce semen all day, right? Woman can probably get pregnant once a year. If I had a 22, do I have to be more careful shooting in a crowd than the person that has a automatic shotgun that can make rounds go off all day? No, we got the automatic shooter, so we have to be more cautious about where we shoot.
Sir, you can't say that. You can't say that.
I'm
Pew
sorry,
pew.
pew, pew.
Pew
I
pew.
wasn't
But
using it in terms of pew
then
pew.
let's look at the root of
F1
it.
in the chat. F1 in the chat, please.
That's
Thank you.
right. Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? So it's like they kind of reverse the math and say, oh, she has to be more careful about it. No, you actually have to be more careful because you actually have the greater potential to cause the greater damage because you're the one with the automatic pew pew.
Right. It's if you look at the root of it, it's people don't care about black children. That's just all that it is. Overall, as a they don't care about black children because all of this behavior. She did this because she wants a bag. He did this because he wants a child by a woman who looks like this because he wants his child to have certain looks and physical features because he don't necessarily care about the woman. He's just pretty much looking at breeding, pretty much. Breeding, who wants to have certain children look their certain way. Literally, that's all that it is. It has nothing. The character of the woman, the environment that child will be raised in, doesn't matter. The family history, the mental history of this crazy ass woman. None of this shit matters. What does she look like? Because I'm breeding and I want my children to look a certain way, and I don't care about this. They don't care about the health of the kid because none of that is actually taken into account. Because if you did care about the mental health of the child, the very least you could do is have them with somebody that you love. That's the very least you could do.
Yep. You know, I think talked about it, Chad, on one of your videos. It's literally wanting to have girls that look like the girls you want to, you know, having something that
I don't know what that was. Let me unmute. Goddamn, my bad. Hold on, I'm gonna unmute you, Yana.
Yeah, I think that was Aristotle phone, but no, like they do that, and it's I don't know, it's just crazy, man. Like to hear that language, but like even in the comments, somebody said, and it's also the overinflated ego of the male that society has conditioned us to have. Because oftentimes we hear language like it's his legacy. Like somebody in the comments was like, "Well, you can't tell a man how to create his kingdom." Bro, these niggas barely got shacks. What are you talking about, a kingdom? Right? You just got a bunch of babies all over the place. It's not a legacy or a kingdom.
But it all goes into even that statement by itself. Look at it. It's no care for the black child. You can't, this statement says, like you just said it, you can't tell a man how to create his kingdom. His kingdom is irrelevant of the health of the child. That's what people, it's all the root cause of it. That is why people can't even look into their own childhoods and think about all the times that they felt abandoned and all the things that they wanted a parent to be that wasn't. They can't even be the parent that they felt like they needed when they was a kid. They can't even give that parent to their own kid. Like they don't care about the child. It goes back to that breeding buck thing. It's plantation. Make a baby and don't care about it. It never changed. The mentality never changed. They made babies and didn't care about the baby. It doesn't.
We never unlearn that our value is not associated. As black people, our value is associated to two things: our ability to reproduce workers and our ability to be a physical laborer. We have
exactly, but that goes back into slavery.
Men don't create babies ain't worth nothing, or a woman that don't have a husband or children ain't worth nothing. We've never been able to unpack that colonial mindset.
Exactly, but when you look at it, the whole, like you said, physical laborer, slavery, men, we're taught that it's like men are so focused on they don't have a problem. Men don't have a problem if you tell them they're not good enough physically. They'll hit the gym, they'll take the extra shots, they'll be shooting in the gym, they will practice like Cam, they will get better. If you tell them they're not good enough physically, but when you tell them they're not good enough mentally, spiritually, or emotionally, then we can't do that. That's too much work. I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? But it's like that all goes back to our worth is in what we can produce physically. So when you can't produce physically, i.e. you are weak, or you can't perform in sports, or you cannot, you know what I'm saying? You're not strong, like you ain't got no muscles, all this stuff. That is when the man feels less of a man. But he don't feel less of a man because he cannot connect emotionally. He don't feel less of a man because of that. He don't feel less of a man because he don't know how to process his feelings or put the thoughts into his head into words. He don't feel like less of a man because of that.
And again, like we're both saying, it goes back to that enslaved mentality, and I think that's why we're at the crux of like this little red pill gender war thing. Is because now black women are in a position that they haven't been in because of that oppression to now tell men that they have to show up to the plate with more than just physical, right? And it's uncomfortable to tell a man that your value has to be outside of your wallet and outside of your ability to protect me. That you actually have to show up emotionally as too. You have to show up.
I wouldn't even say protect. It's how much. What can you buy for me, and how good can you fuck me?
But you know, I'm just saying all 3 P's: to provide, provision, and protect. Right? That was kind of like a man felt like if he did that, he's entitled to whatever he wants. But black women, due to their rise in independence, have made it very uncomfortable for black men that think that they're entitled to the world as long as they can fucking provide. And like as said, the challenge of actually showing up mentally whole, emotionally whole, spiritually whole, it's too much work. So now it's the black woman's fault for demanding too much, and that's why the family she's a single mother. It's a lot of a lot of what Chad talks about in his videos. It's a lot of lack of accountability. Like, yes, we can point out the ways in which black men are oppressed, but first we must hold ourselves accountable to the ways in which we oppress ourselves and deny ourselves out.
But you know what? I've paid attention to Cam Newton's patterns as well. I think he also has an issue not being priority. And the reason why I say that is because he only dates women who don't have children, for one. For two, once they have the children, that's why he said he's willing to take any additional children, how they get them, but he don't date women with children. So I believe that whenever he starts to look for that wife, that she will not have any children as well. Because once they have children, the children now becomes the priority to the women as they normally should.
He did date a chick that because he adopted one of her kids, didn't he?
Yes, he adopted the woman that gave him 4. She has a daughter already.
I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, she
I
has
know
a daughter
that
already.
Because he said he has 8, right?
Yes, she
He
has a
had
daughter
4
already,
with the
and then the
first,
other one,
3 with the
she's not the
second,
first.
and
She's not
1
the
with
first.
Jazz.
She's not the first. But they have 2 of the baby mamas already have children. Came with him with 2, with 1 each, a child of their own.
I'm looking
2
at the
of them.
comments too.
So, yeah, he takes you
And
if
when
you
he
have
got
one
with,
already.
I think his first kid's mother, they were in college, and that I believe that was before he got his money. But going forward, I don't. And the way that Jazz states that he has her cater to him as far as feeding him, making everything from scratch, whole, all of that. I don't see him getting with a single mother and doing that at all. I think he wants all his additional children to be from him solely, but I don't think he really cares about where they come from specifically, as long as he's priority. Because if you look at the way Jazz was talking at the very, very beginning, because remember all her content was how she couldn't stand baby mamas, how she'll never be one. And now that she is one and everything that it took, I think she even stated that he has her do, backdoor. And she doesn't like it, but she does it because he likes it and he requests it. So he's used to women bending at his every call. And when the children come into play, he doesn't get that anymore.
I didn't watch the interview, but is he a feed me first before the kids type of brother?
No. But what I'll say is, I mean, what do you expect from a star athlete? You know, he's used to having his way. He's used to having people cater to his ego. He's used to that. He's been getting it since probably high school. And then you saw it when he was on the tail end of his career, and instead of becoming a backup, he was just like, nah, I should still be starting. When everybody could see that, it's like, nah, bro, you shouldn't. I mean, that translates to how he deals with, the chick. Like, he's not gonna take, what he thinks that he's not supposed to get.
So it's a really bad combination of an overinflated ego with a whole lot of insecurity. right? Because even though you achieved all of this, you still have the need. I have to lay my seed as much as possible, so there will be record to the world that I was here.
Well, I don't know why he have a bunch of kids, but he definitely has ego. I'll say that. But that ego comes from being a star quarterback since high school. But I wanted to touch on the slave breeding mentality that we have in our community, because it's not just the men, it's the women too. And when Chad said that we don't care about black children, and it goes to the video I posted after the Cam Newton. But that part, so it was like a 30-minute like docuseries that I took that clip from, but that clip just highlighted the men. Before that clip, they was talking about the women. So you have women in our community who place their value in how many kids they can have, and the men that they were forced to breed with at the time were given incentive to they're the best bucks on the plantation, and they're getting incentive to breed with the best women, or the women who could create the most babies.
The bucks and the best.
And then once those babies are created, then those babies were sold for profit. So neither parent had to learn to detach from those children they were creating, because they would never be able to build a bond with them. Translate that to today, and what Chad is saying, I mean, do you not see it being perpetuated into how we carry on as a community with just having babies willy-nilly and not taking family planning and children seriously?
And then that's what I wanted to say too, because the guys kept talking about love. Love isn't enough. Love isn't enough when it comes to parent and child. Love isn't enough when it comes to two adults in a relationship. Love is action-based. You can't say you love someone and not show up for them. You can't say you love someone and not communicate. You can't say you love someone and just throw money at them. Love it's a commitment. It's an everyday thing. And it's like, for us to be creating so many children with different people, it's like you have two sons, both of them have a basketball game on the same day. Who are you going to go? Which basketball game are you going to go to? One child is going to have you present, and one child is going to hear, well, you know, daddy loves you. Like, love isn't enough. And it felt like it's hard for some men just to take accountability. They don't want to hear their wrongdoings, but don't mind pointing the finger at everybody else.
Because it's ego.
And I wouldn't even consider it love, honestly, because if you love something and you have 100% control over how they enter into this physical world, if you love them, the least you can do is give them the best chances that you can possibly do at making sure that they can succeed. That's the least you could do.
I'll equate it.
I know me and my gal is also having issues eating at night.
You said what?
I said, like, no, talking about Chad and bringing babies in the best outcomes. Like, if me and my partner is already struggling, just us, why am I bringing a baby into an already struggling situation?
Right. And I'll say this, because I've said it as far as my relationship, right? My marriage. And I was saying how what keeps me grounded and what keeps me from stepping out. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people who don't listen will, when I say this, are gonna be like, what you mean? Like, don't you love your wife? Love doesn't keep me from stepping out. You know what I'm saying? Love doesn't keep me from ignoring women that slide in my DMs, knowing damn well I'm married. It doesn't keep women at work from hitting on me. It doesn't keep me grounded to stay in the house. It sounds good to say that, but that's not what keeps me grounded. What keeps me grounded is my perception of what people would think about me if I were to do that. Messing up my honor, you know what I'm saying? Bringing shame onto my family name and my family. You know what I'm saying? Having to answer those hard questions when it inevitably blows up, and I got to look my kids in the face and say, yeah, daddy fucked this up because he couldn't remain disciplined. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are the things that keep me from stepping out. It's not love, because that shit, I have to wake up every day and choose not to step out, choose to remain committed to my family and my wife. That's a decision. That's a choice. And I have to remain committed to what I said I'm gonna do. You know what I'm saying? That's what keeps me sitting in the house, playing my game instead of out in the fucking streets. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think if people took these devotions and commitments, and you can apply that same logic to your children, and giving your children, as Chad said, the best possibility. You say you want to have children, you commit to those children, you choose those children, because it's not about you anymore. So what if you fucking everybody will sacrifice everything except their happiness when they decide to stay in a situation for their children. Now that's what daddy had to do what he had to do. Like, nah, bro, it ain't about you no more. So if people took the thought process and got out of this fairy tale notion of love and feelings and start looking at things for what they are and took them more practical, I think people might look at these things a little bit more seriously, instead of just like dude from earlier, you should just love your children. It don't matter, but it does. It does matter where you love your children from. In the house compared to outside of the house are two different kinds of love. So that's my take on that.
I agree with you, Ben, because it's like for some men like you to hear, to look in your child's face and your child was disappointed in you, that would tear you apart. But some people don't care that their children are disappointed in them. They don't care.
I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, even if I had like to look my woman in the face and have to answer to some shit like that, like that shame and disappointment, I don't even want to feel. So I try to stay away from that. So instead of doing it and then coming on the back end like, man, I'm just a man, we all human. No, nigga, I made that choice. It didn't just happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, majority of the time, the situation when dudes step out isn't just you got drunk at the club one night and just one night stand. That's not majority of the situation. Majority of the situation is a situation where you had to cultivate and build something leading up until that point. So it didn't just happen. It's not because you're just a man. You chose that because you lacked that discipline. And you didn't you were being selfish, and you didn't give a fuck about everybody else. It was about what you wanted. So.
And then too, like I see when like men that throw money at their children, later on down the line, they get exhausted, they get tired of that. Then they start telling the kids, oh, well, you only call me when you need something. You only check up on me when you need something. The phone works both ways. You can call me too. But it's like, that's the tone you set in the relationship.
Yeah.
You know, friend.
You never sat down and asked him how was his day. You know, what's going on with the girls at school. You know, what you know, you never sat down and spent quality time with him. It was just, here you go, here you go, here you go, here goes some money, here goes some Jordans, here goes some video games, here you go, here you go. And then you mad when he a teenager and meet an adult in college or an adult and he calling you like, hey, and it's like, well, you only need, well, that's the relationship that we built.
You cultivated.
I couldn't come to you and tell you that the girl at school, you know what I'm saying, had me feeling some type of way, or the dudes at school was picking on me, and I feel like we didn't have that relationship.
Yeah, they create superficial relationships with their children, and then when their children get older, they want them to. It's their job to fix the relationship. So I grew up in a two-parent household.
My father was present, but present, like you said, like in terms of money, and it's interesting how stuff comes back to like how it leads us and how it shapes us, and we don't even realize it. When I first moved back home, I saw my father holding my nieces and my nephews, right? And in that moment, a sense of rage and jealousy overcame me. Because while my father was in the household and gave me all the shoes and all the video games, I never got affection. And to see him show up for and as happy as I was for my niece and
Out of
nephews to
that
be
dirt
getting that
and put it on the
affection from him,
trampoline.
there was also like there was something biting there. So I say that to say, even from my own anecdotal evidence, the proof of the affection of the parents loving and showing up in that way is much better than just the money or saying I love you and that's it. Like, you have to be there. You have to care. You have to do like Vinny was saying, have those conversations about what's going on in life with your children in school and cultivate that relationship, because it does, even without them acknowledging it, shape the way that they love when they grow up.
Because like I said earlier, it gets easy to become a lazy parent when you start getting money. And like I said earlier, I have to constantly check myself, because I didn't have an emotional relationship with my father. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just like, hey, daddy, you know, like, even like Chaz, his daddy paid the bills. He was there. He was at all my events. He was there. I'm not gonna say he was a bum, but as far as that emotional connection, it wasn't there. And like, now that he's getting older and that mortality is starting to be in his face, it's like, now you want to try to be, you know, have an emotional connection when it's like, you don't even know you really don't know who I am. You know what I'm saying? We really have a superficial, surface level relationship. Now, we're working towards that, but it's like, that's what it is, you know? And I was that's how I grew up. And like, I constantly have to work and be aware of how I do with my kids, my boys. Now, my daughter, that's easy. But with my boys, I have to put in extra effort. I'm not perfect, you know what I'm saying? But I do put in effort to be more emotionally connected to them. I'm not gonna be, you know, the dad slapping skin, like, and you know, that's not me. But I do make effort to try to cultivate that emotional part too. So because it can be very easy to just throw money at your kids, especially when you start getting that money. It can get easy.
Absolutely. That's why so many people, so many men especially, harp on the financial aspect of it, because that's easy. That's the easiest thing to do. Like, and it's like, and then we harp on so much on all this on the negative things, the negative behaviors that we do, and the toxic, quote unquote, toxic masculinity, because a lot of men are afraid to admit that if you do those things, then those are the things that you will least likely get bullied for. You won't get, you know what I'm saying? You won't get ridiculed. You won't get shamed.
Is Chad speaking on you guys' end, or
can you hear me?
Not hearing it?
Yeah, he talking.
Yeah, so it's like, you can't.
I can't even, okay, let me swipe. I'm gonna swipe out and come back in.
All right, my bad.
Okay.
So yeah, it's like, we encourage it's like nothing changes. Nobody wants to change, because staying the same is what will get you talked about the least. You're least likely to get bullied. You're least likely to get ridiculed if you stay in the status quo. And most men are just afraid to be talked about, or afraid to have to answer questions, or afraid to, you know, it's just like, just let the shit go.
It's hella uncomfortable. I'm not gonna lie. Like, me having to get out of my comfort zone for the sake of my children's development is tough. You know what I'm saying? But and a lot of people don't like to be uncomfortable. But I gotta put my ego to the side, or else it's gonna be just like how, I see how I feel and how I think when I talk to my dad. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I proactively try to be and do better for mine, so they don't feel or think some of the same things that I do, because I know how it is.
Absolutely. It's like, you have to, it's like, if you don't be a different parent than your parents were to you, then you really owe them an apology for all the shit that you talked about them for so long, because you are literally the living proof that when exposed to the same stimuli, because your parents probably went through the same shit, that's why they put you through it, and that's why you came out the way you did. That's why your relationship is what it is. But you are living proof that when exposed to the same stimuli, you would become the exact same person. So how can you blame them? Because they went through the same shit that you went through, and you came out the exact same way. So you owe your parents an apology. You don't get to talk shit about those people. But if you want to talk shit about those people, then you got to be the one who did different when exposed to the same shit that they were.
That's true.
And I think
And I want to like add something because I know Gunna said that when he saw his dad holding his younger sibling, like it made him feel some type of way. And these environments can also create sibling rivalry. Like me growing up, my dad has 10 kids spread across the America. I just found out I had a sister 2 years ago. We're the same age, so I got a project twin out there. So my stepmom used to say to me, "Oh, how do you think it feel? How do you think your siblings feel when they see you have a relationship with your dad, or see you and your dad hugging up and stuff like that?" And I used to tell her, "Well, how is that my fault? I didn't ask to be here. I didn't ask for my dad to go out and create all these broken homes for all these random women across America. And then now they're coming back 10 years, 6 years. I've been meeting siblings since I was 8 years old, and I'm 28. I've been meeting siblings for about 20 years now. So it's just like, I don't think at the time men are conscious of the effects of how it will play out in the future 20, 30, 40 years from now.
And I will say it ain't just men, because like at the end of the day, my wife had the answer for creating a broken home, because my oldest two are, they're not biologically mine, and though I try to navigate it as best I can, as far as my biological children and them, the reality still is they're not mine, and I can't control how they feel when they see me with my biological children. You know what I'm saying? And that's in the household. So I can only imagine when they're, in separate situations, such as like Cam Newton, if he were to go and get married and start a new family, and the children that are not a part of the family that he just started with a wife would feel seeing him dedicate his life to that woman and those kids, because he said he want more kids. So I can, from having it internally and everybody under the same roof and have these issues, I can only imagine how it is when it's like separate households, So people got to think about that,
I think what's most upsetting about the whole thing, like the whole factor, whole situation, is even when given the opportunity to change, it's like we're given the opportunity to actually create generational change, generational difference, to completely alter, like I said before, to alter your bloodline. And the only thing we end up doing with the money is stimulating the economy, because your kids end up just as broken as regular kids from the hood. They end up without a father in the home, just like regular kids from the hood. They end up without that money, because once they become teenagers, you're not going to have that same type of money anymore. They end up just the same. Even when you were given the opportunity, your children ended up the same exact way as any other kid in the hood.
Just squandered all that opportunity.
And that's why I don't understand these guys that keep defending, rich men get to do what they want. And like we've highlighted the entire time, you have countless examples of these rich black men, entertainers, athletes, or whatever. And that's why there's a separation, right? Even the Lord Kevin Samuels told them there's a separation between like men who create their wealth through regular means, businessmen, tycoons, entrepreneurs, like real entrepreneurs, not the new age that scam and do stupid shit. Real business on brick and mortar entrepreneurs compared to like built wealth compared to entertainer, rapper, athlete wealth. That's two different lifestyles, two different things. And to say that you can tell the difference between men who've built their wealth compared to athletes, rappers, entertainers who got like instant quick money. Not saying they, I guess, in a way haven't built it, but it's just different, two different worlds. A businessman that has built his shit from the ground up and then sold that company, his work, his life, his blood, sweat, and tears for $50 million is completely different than an athlete who just signed a $50 million contract or a $100 million contract and got $50 million guaranteed dropped in his bank account. That's different. That said, and for those who think it's different, who don't think it's different, it is. Because you can tell that those those men who've built their wealth, they're protective of that. They're actually protective of that wealth. They care who they give their seed to. They care who they put in their circles. They care about these things because the wrong person can fuck all that shit up. Whereas these athletes, these rappers, these entertainers, they always think, well, I'm going to get another $100,000 check in 2 weeks. I'm going to get another $1 million check deposited in 2 weeks. That money, as long as that contract, that guaranteed money coming, I'm good. So I can do it. I can fuck off. Whereas that businessman, like one wrong move and he can lose everything. And it's different. And that's why you see them move a lot. In general, you see them move differently compared to these rich rapper, entertainers, movie stars, and athletes. They move completely different.
Absolutely. Like because they have to move differently because there's a completely different skill set that is required to build a business from the ground up versus you just being lucky and catching lightning in a bottle by being an athlete or an entertainer. You are essentially, you don't have to grow and develop. You just literally got a lucky shot. That's completely different than having to have the discipline to wake up every day, go to work, have discipline, structure, order, build this business, marry the first wife that had the good connections with the right father, to do all of these. It's not the same. So this person moves about the world completely differently than somebody who is applauded for their degeneracy. That is what it is.
That's why they're like, well, what about Trump and Elon Musk? They come from money. They didn't build that.
Right. There's no comparison. And the fact that people think that it's ridiculous. Like even the fact that instead of looking at the concept of like we started off with looking at the concept of how this relates to slavery, and you know what I'm saying? But people made it all about, well, Cam got money and all that. We cannot, when it comes to socioeconomics, stop comparing yourselves to rich people because we are poor and they are rich. It's not the same. Like even if you make, until you make $500,001, you are closer to zero than you are to $1 million. That is a fact. And these motherfuckers make tens of millions of dollars every year. What make you they in a different stratosphere when it comes to socioeconomics. But when we can look at the mentality, when you have a mentality that has not changed, even when given money, you can look at it on a psychological level and see that money is not the solvent. Money is not going to fix it until you fix the root, because without fixing the root, your children end up the same way as the kids in the hood on a large scale. I'm not talking about, it's not possible for your children to end up like the kids in the hood. It's most likely that your kids are going to end up like the kids in the hood. Future's kids are probably going to end up no different than the kids in Zone 4.
Look at Boosie. Look at Tootie.
Exactly. They're going to end up, there's a high probability that your kids, even though when born to someone who had the ability to alter their entire bloodline, your kid is a high probability that your kid's going to end up the exact same way as the kids of the hood that you think you moved out of. That's the problem, because the mentality never changed.
What is it? That boy Tootie can't stay out of Baton Rouge in New Orleans. That boy stay out there. What are you out there for? He ain't grow up like that. that boy can't stay up out of there.
It's the mentality.
Selling dope and shit. Like, what are you doing?
You seen Young Bird? Young Bird was born to millionaires, had a millionaire black dad in his house, but he wanted to sell candy with Dirk, with Young Dirk, with Lil Durk. It makes no sense because the mentality.
Yeah, Ti. Well, we know why Ti son act out. I don't think he trying to be a crasher. I think he just wants some attention from his family. He trying to find himself. There's Ja Morant, and that's another one. But it's just, like I said, a lot of these guys keep trying to separate it and say that it's, well, it's rich guys and they can do what they want, but it's a problem in our community, bro. And to continue to, like, in the time that we're in now, I don't think we can keep on ignoring the fact that the idolization of, I guess you could say, the culture in our community is literally having a direct impact on our children, our people, our mentality. I don't think we can keep on ignoring and just be like, oh man, it don't matter. It's just entertainment. Like, I don't think it's just entertainment no more. I think we're beyond the days of this shit just being rap music and TV shows. Like, it's really impacting, especially the youth. Like, you notice how that you kind of notice how like that, like the Eminem era, like white rappers kind of just like ceased. They stopped that show, that like that hard like rock and roll kind of just they kind of toned that shit down now because they didn't want that shit. It was starting to influence their children.
Yeah.
So they done cut that shit out.
Yeah, they lose the blacks, and once they come in and get all the black data, they lose the blacks, and like Miley Cyrus, all these the white creators, they go through their little black phase, and then once it starts to affect their children and they start getting on drugs or going to jail and stuff like that, now they just black the regular white people.
Well, I was even just talking about like, hard rock and roll and like hard like envelopian people music compared to like our version of that. Like, they kind of toned all of that shit down.
It's also, I think it has to do too with like the concentration of the representation, right? Like when we think about black art, black media, right? That kind of like that golden era of the 80s and the 90s where you had rap, but you also had R&B, you had love songs, you had a varied representation. So you had a lot of different ideas to choose from, the kind of person you wanted to be. Right, but all the representation is so concentrated on a particular image. All the male representation, black male representation, is very, very hardcore. It's rap. It's all of that. A lot of the black.
It's all degenerate behavior.
Female representation is all these reality TV shows. It's fighting, and we're starting to see it on these apps. We're seeing it on apps like Bigo. It's a very and it's not just and like for me, I'm very big on black representation in media. It's not to say that I don't want these type of representations to exist, because they are a reflection of some people in the world, right? It's the fact that they are the only type of representation, or it's highly concentrated. I need to see the Huxtables, but I can also watch Friday. I can see Music City.
We don't have no balance. There's no balance. There's like nothing.
I ask my friends this corny ass question every year. When was the last time you took somebody by the hand and slow dance? This new generation is like, even that. It's funny and as quirky as that sounds to those of us who are 35 and older. Like, but it's like, it just goes to show that even that type of affection does not show up in our music anymore.
Like, bruh. You knew, and they used to play slow jams at the club. You grew up in middle school, high school. You knew when it was time, when at the end of the dance, they start playing that Casey and JoJo and that Jodeci and shit. And you was like, man, I'm gonna go find her, and we gonna get close. I'm gonna nibble on her ear. Like, they don't even do that no more.
Like, and we use that, right? And I'm using that to extrapolate, like, even the way in which you showed up with your friends or with a girl or a guy, whatever, show that you like them. You might got the fast song where you do a little grind, a little booty hump, but then you got the slow song where you show up, you be a little more loving and caressing. In those two songs, you have learned different ways to show affection, right? It's not so concentrated in just one. Our identity is so concentrated heavily on just the degenerative or just the instantaneous or just the what people are judging. But for me, just the least of us, right? It's the least of us that gets the most play. So it's not I can be like the Huxtables or the Cosbys and go get a degree, which Cosby's his own whatever aside. But it's just like, oh, I can go be on reality TV.
So I had a question. I wanted to circle back to when y'all brought up Boosie and his kids. Do y'all feel like it's enough for a child just to see themselves growing up in the suburbs and things like? Because of course, when rappers start to make money, their children aren't going to grow up in these environments like they grew up in. They're going to be in better environments. But you think that's enough for them to see and not to follow behind what examples their parents are leading? Because yes, it's enough to say, do as I say and not as I do as a parent. But I feel like I don't feel like Boosie, he clearly couldn't have set good examples for his child if that child is still following those footsteps that he did. Because like Boosie put his kids in good environments, but he's still was selling a different type of lifestyle to everybody else's children. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely, and correct. You're right, because but that goes into without that mentality being changed, you can move the person out the hood, but you can't take the hood out of the person. People are the projects. You know what I'm saying? Like I mentioned before, the only difference between the projects and a high-rise luxury condo are the people that live there. That's it. The floor plans are the exact same. The buildings are built to the same specifications. Like, it's the same building. So when you have somebody who just caught lightning in a bottle, i.e. an actor, a rapper, or an entertainer or an athlete, they have the means to move their kids to better areas. But if what they see, if what you define as what being a man is this hood, then that's what they're still gonna believe. Because at the end of the day, that child is gonna feel like, my dad ain't gonna be proud of me unless I'm this. I can go to school and be a nerd and I can do all that, but my dad still ain't gonna think that I'm still not gonna be his son. Like, that's probably T.I.'s son issue right now. He probably don't feel like T.I. accepts him. It's his, so he's trying to act out and do these things so that T.I. can accept him in some way.
Cause he the only son that T.I. got that ain't talented.
There you go.
The other one, where he play music, can rap. The other one play country music or something like that. Like, he the only kid that ain't got no talent right now.
But also realize, one thing, greetings everybody. Also realize, and I'll say this, I don't know the person, but I know Sean Combs went to Howard. He has an MBA from Brown. A lot of it, even Charleston White is degreed. A lot of it is an act. That's the one thing I was saying. I know someone who is in the rap, and I don't even listen to the music, but they're like, it's like a facade that they wear, because they're really like most nerds. And here's the thing, they are nerdy, because there's no way, if you really look at the music industry, and I know we've got all those record companies that sound real thug-like, you're negotiating multi-million-dollar codicils and contracts. You're not brain dead. There's no way somebody from around the way knows how to do that. They're MBAs, they're acting. They are pretending to be, I'll tell you, the only two real ones were probably Biggie and Tupac. The rest of them are like pretending to be. They're college educated. I know Diddy has an MBA from Brown. That's Ivy League. That's where, what's her name? Diana Ross's daughter went. They're acting. That's not real, because when you have money, the one thing that wealthy people do is that they make sure that they teach their children how to, keep the status quo and everything. They're not sending their kids like the one guy down there, I think his name is Mike, and his first name starts with a K, as a rapper. He's the only one I've ever heard to say that he sends his kids to public school. Everybody else has their kids in private school. So that's not, I'll go back to what I know about Diddy. His son got a football scholarship, and he bought his son a car that was worth more than the 4-year scholarship he was given, because the boy made straight A's. That's not thug life. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, I agree with you. What I'm saying is I agree with you all, but I also believe that part of it is is an act that's being played. We'll act like this while we'll be the rap version of the Kennedys, because the Kennedys have the same kind of reputation and background, because they were, at their time, when they first got their money, it was considered drug money. Well, the same as drug money, I'll say it like that, because they were bootleggers and that was illegal. And that's how they made their money. But now that they're all legit and have gone to Harvard and they have the school named after them and had a president and all that, now they're all clean. Makes sense? With the Italian people, you know, they were, you know, Mama So-and-so was the movie that back in the 70s, and now they're all lawyers and now they're legit. And that's what, in our community, some of us have gotten legit, but most of us haven't. And the powers that be like us to be, you know, always back to the street. But most of the people in the street would not be able to negotiate. Think about it. You're doing a contract with Seagram's that has 1,000 codicils, and you from the hood, that's not working. There's no way. You're not negotiating that way. And it wouldn't be smart to trust a lawyer to do it.
Well, no, a lot of these dudes do get taken advantage of.
Oh yeah, 360 deals all day.
They do.
But
Yeah, they do. I agree.
I will say it goes to my point that I've stated before, where I said that a lot of these street dudes are nerds cosplaying as street niggas, because that's what
I'm saying.
That's what gives them the coochie, the money, the attention. And if they couldn't get coochie and babies out of it, they wouldn't be doing it.
So you said it better than I did.
But because they are rewarded with coochie from their degenerate behavior, they think that that's what I'm supposed to do, or that's what gives me attention. But a lot of these street dudes are really, they want to be able to go and collect figurines and play video games and play piano, or they wanted to do that shit, but that's not what got them the attention where they from. That's not what got the women. That's not what got the coochie. That's not what got the men. All the street.
Can I ask a question? Why do they dislike Russell Wilson then?
I think that's a multitude of reasons.
Don't do this. Don't bring that up. Don't do this.
But
Don't do this.
I do think one of the reasons is because women hype him up so much. That's probably the biggest reason. And they just poke holes in him because, you know, women like him, or women use him as the tool to point to men and say, this is y'all, you know what I'm saying? So that's most of the argument. But then another part is a lot of men know women be capping when they say they want a Russell Wilson. So they try to argue it, because why you bring him up when you've probably had 10 Russell Wilsons approach you, but you turned them down. Hell, some of those guys are Russell Wilson, but they got turned down when they was in high school, college, early, you know, 20s or whatever. So that's where I feel a lot of the hate actually does stem from. And then you got the demographic of guys who they baby mamas moved on and they did find a Russell Wilson, and now he be making them look bad. You know what I'm saying? So it's a bunch of reasons.
But it's like, why? It's like it's really no point in even being upset with Russell Wilson, because even Russell Wilson wasn't treated like Russell Wilson. Meaning, look at his old picture. Look at the way he looked when he was married to that white lady. Look at his first. It wasn't until he met Sierra and he got his look up. Even he wasn't exempt. He had to go get his swag up. He wasn't getting nobody like the Sierra made him look like the man that we see. But look at his old pictures and those dorky ass Dockers and all that other stuff. Russell Wilson wasn't even treated like Russell Wilson. So he's not even, so even when they bring him up, he's still not the exception. It's like, if you that nerdy dude or whatever, get your look up, get whatever, do what you got to do, because everybody is got to be attractive to someone. If you want the person that you're attracted to, then you have to be attractive to them. A lot of these situations are just a bunch of people complaining that because they feel entitled to the person that they're attracted to, even though that person's not attracted to them.
Yep. Because they think that because if they really and that's why I said I can't relate to what a lot of the issues these guys get on here and talk about that they have with women. I can't relate to it because I did not deal with women that I didn't rape. And that's not to say that I ain't never shot outside of my league. I done dealt with 9s and 10s before, but I knew when I did go that high, I knew what comes with that. So I would deal with it, have my fun, but that's not who I was trying. I knew my limitations. So I know what come with a 9 or a 10. You gotta have that paper. I was a broke ass Marine. I could get in the door physically, but after that, and that wears away, now what those 10s and 9s are used to, I gotta come with. So I bowed out. However, there are guys who don't want to accept their limitations. And a lot of these dudes don't want to date. They wouldn't date someone that looks like them. And they think, well, I got my money up, I should be. No, bro. To an extent, but when you do that, you succumb to superficial shit and being used for the said money.
Thank you for your service to the Marine Corps. I appreciate you.
Oh, yeah, appreciate it. Did my little time. So it's like you can't. A lot of these dudes deal with women they don't have no business dealing with. And that's what boils down to probably majority of their issues with these women. Who that is? Bump. You got a.
It's Bree. Sorry, it's supposed to be a B. But no, I've been listening for some time now, and everything that you guys are saying is so accurate. I mean, I don't really consume too much of like TikTok dating because I find it to be extremely unrealistic, and the advice people give.
Over here.
Yeah, like it's kind of crazy. Like the advice people give is just like they say, "Oh, dating is hard," and I don't think it's that hard. If you know yourself and you know what you can have access to and what you should have access to, it is not hard.
It is not.
So everybody, yeah, like it's all about you know what you can do for somebody else. You know what you can do for yourself. You date people that you can do that for. So people that's giving advice online, I always say like, even like I have a lot of my nephew. He's 19, and unfortunately, he was the other day. He's like, "Oh, have you listened to this podcast?" I'm like, "Oh, like what podcast you talking about?" He's like, "Oh, this guy Myron and the other one." I'm like, "Oh my God!" I said, "Lord have mercy." I said, I just acted like I didn't know. I'm like, "No, like tell me what did you learn?" And it was just regurgitating the same BS. Oh, do you believe that everything comes better in sixes? And, he got to be 6 foot tall. He got to make 6 feet. I'm like, why? This is the things, like, he's 19. This is not anything for him to be consuming at all.
Turn him over here. We'll get him right. I'll get him right. Tell him.
I need to send him over here. Like, sometimes I'll go in his room and just pop up on him, and it's just that that's all he's watching. I'm like, come on, there's so many other things. I'm like, you 19, like focus on school, getting your education. Like this is not anything for you to be worried about. And it's like, I feel like it's so ingrained in his head that it doesn't even like, he is not even interested in pursuing women because he just automatically assumes like, oh, I don't fit that.
Now you see how he is, right?
Yeah.
Now for the ladies, it's the same for y'all. When y'all over there watching sprinkle all fucking day and house.
Oh, absolutely.
All that negative shit. I don't need no.
Absolutely.
When y'all consume all of that shit, you sound just like her. What you say, your nephew?
Yeah, my nephew.
And that's why I say you got pink pill, you got red pill. It's the same thing. It's
like two extremes. Right. There's like nobody wants to like find a middle ground.
It's loser behavior on both sides. And then you got these kids. Yeah. That are consuming that shit so young to the point where they ain't even went and interacted with each other yet. And you already coming out with that preconceived notion. And it's like, what the fuck? You already talking about women.
It's dangerous. It's really dangerous.
And they don't even understand that if you just deal with someone that is on your level and that likes you. Like I said, I keep saying, like, I never had this issue where they're like, oh, women don't submit to me and women disrespect me and women aren't nice to me. And it's like,
Yeah,
bro,
especially when they talk about all the type of men that I'm like, where y'all be finding these men at? Like damn, y'all got no good experiences? Like none? Everything is bad?
but it comes from, like, it's this microwave. So, like, I blame the phones because these phones, these dating apps, these DMs, they make people believe they have more options than they really are, and they make people think, they give people a sense of everybody's replaceable, and so people, and then when they consume the negative content, then they move in fear and they go unintentionally and they approach situations and relationship with one foot in, one foot out, because nobody want to get played and put on TikTok and have a story time. So it leads to a bunch of disingenuous relationships and half-ass relationships, and you can't do that. And it's like, this shit ain't hard. It's like, do you like me? Do I like you? Yes, yes. Are you attracted to me? Am I attracted to you? Yes, yes. That should be that should get you in the door. Now after that, when y'all start working out all the different situations that come with actually being in a relationship, but it's like people ain't even getting to that part. They ain't even getting to that part.
Hold on, Bennett. Juneteenth, baby, you welcome to come in the box and speak your mind.
Oh, I wasn't even paying attention to her. She ain't gonna come up in here. Brother.
We don't care about women, men, boy. We don't care. Everybody can get it. It don't matter.
I go ahead and block her. You being weird. You gotta go.
No, it's, the thing is though, I mean, I have like, the only thing that I'll say I have a hard time with, and this is not even just in dating, this is just in general, is dealing with anybody that does not have like an understanding of themselves. It's like if they don't have an understanding of themselves, conflict resolution, nothing. Like they don't know how to express their emotions, nothing. It ends up screwing everybody up. Me, their family, everybody up. And I feel like that is probably one of the biggest issues.
Because if you're not in tune with yourself,
cut you off. Sorry.
No, I'm saying you good. If you're not in tune with yourself, you can't even tell me what the problem is to give me a chance to even fix or help or work towards something. So if you don't even know what you want, how can I? You know what I'm saying? Like, as the person that wants to be with you, how can I meet your needs if you don't even know yourself and what you want out of this? Exactly.
Like I have this friend, right? So I ended up working at a job that, like, he knows one of the girls that's there, and I'm just having a normal conversation with the girl, like whatever, and she's like, oh yeah, you know, so and so. I'm like, yeah, I know him. Like, oh, like, and I don't know how the conversation, like how me bringing up, oh, I was like, yeah, his kids are cool, and his wife is cool, whatever. I'm not thinking nothing of this, right?
Yeah.
Fast forward, this dude is like, yo, why you telling my business? I'm like, wait, what? What are you talking about? She didn't know this man was married with kids. And on top of that, they was messing around. Like, how? Like, come on. Like, you are living a double life, and you have this perception to a very few people that, oh, I'm married, I have kids, and I'm this, family man. And everybody else has a completely different perception of you. So how are you gonna then turn around and be upset that the perception that you've given to one half of these people that you're a family man, when the other half finds out that you're not a family man? Like, you have to know which one do you want to be? Are you gonna be a family man, or are you gonna be, like, which one?
I mean, it go back to what I was saying before. I don't know if you was in at the time when I was talking about you have to, like, why, like, what keeps me grounded in my marriage is it ain't love. It's, well, when I say grounded, like stepping out or messing around and shit, it ain't love. It's the disappointment. It's having to answer to my children for being stupid. You know what I'm saying? It's my honor how people view me, because I take, like, I like to stand on my word in general. You know what I'm saying? In work, in life, when I say I'm gonna do something, I do it. So for me to turn around and then, you know what I'm saying, disrupt my family unit for some coochie, some
It's not
temporary,
worth it.
you know what I'm saying? It's like now I look bad because I stepped out on my word. You know what I'm saying? And it's like a lot of guys have to be honest with themselves, and then
Yeah.
once you're honest, you have to remain disciplined.
Yeah. And even to build back that trust once it's broken is
Yeah, I'm not trying to do that. And then I got too many kids. I ain't trying to pay no child support. I ain't trying to be broke.
the question that I do have though, which I don't know if you have an answer to it, but I would love to know the women that deal with these men when they meet them and they find out, oh, he got this many baby moms, this many kids or whatever, and showed no signs of any commitment to any of those women. How do they decide that, yeah, I'm a join in? Like, what goes through their mind?
Because number one, as we stated earlier, they're low functioning. And then number two, they think they're different than those other women. They think that, well, if those other 3 baby mamas, they're not me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can change him. I see the potential. And then they be like, well, I'm not stupid like her. I'm not da. I cook, I clean, I do this. I guac 3,000. I know how to keep a man. I know how to treat a man. So they don't think that they're the same as the ladies that came before.
Like they're an exception.
Right. And so they go, instead of looking at it and saying, well, damn, we attract what we are, not what we think we are. So if he attracted those 3 women and then he turned around and attracted you, what do you think? Clearly you have some type of correlation to the other 3 women that he chose.
Yeah.
Especially if he's still acting and moving the same way. That's what it is.
And women hate each other. Sorry, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's like this rivalry. Women, I'm joking, but like, there's some truth behind that. Like, when women in that situation do that, it's because a lot of women don't like other women. Think about, it's just like what Benny was saying. It's like, oh, well, she's not me. She's not as good as me.
First Avenue, 202nd Street, Queens.
He'll
Turn
take
right.
care of my kids.
Turn right on Francis Lewis Boulevard.
Hey, who drives?
Those her kids. He'll take care of my kids. It's like they will have a kid by a dude that they know doesn't take care of his current kids because she hates women. She hates that woman. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of women need to do that self-reflecting. I think that's why they engage in that behavior, because they don't care about women. A lot of them aren't girls. If you really were, you would never allow a man who does a woman dirty the opportunity to redeem himself through you.
And women have ego too.
Absolutely.
Women have ego also. And that's what be happening. That ego getting in the way of them women. I'm not her. I can change him. He ain't gonna do. He gonna take care of my kids because I'm this. And now you right next to him, looking goofy.
Jasmine, that Cam Newton girl, like literally, right there. So it's like she was preaching women's empowerment and all this other stuff, but really all it was just a hatred for other women, thinking that subconsciously I'm actually better than them and I can yield a different result. It's the same thing.
Look at y'all with the girl Morgan Bailey, random man in Atlanta. How you mean he got 7, 8 baby mamas? And she joined right on up, knowing damn well that man had all them goddamn kids. And she ended up right next to the rest of the baby mamas.
Yeah, and that's all rooted in. So when they say, oh, a man can change, he manipulates all this other stuff. Yeah, but a lot of that is because ain't nobody stupid. Women are smarter than most. So they know what the fuck this is. You know what it look like.
And
So
she
it's like,
knew. And she kept saying that he was going back to the last baby mama, and she still didn't care.
yeah, it's rooted in a hatred for other women. It's literally just a hatred of other women.
It's like a competition they create.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Because that's why I believe she started the whole random man in Atlanta story, because he went back to his old baby mama. and was taking care of that baby and left her. So she started that shit to get him back to come back. And now that he done came back, because she got all the money and the fame, now they co-parent and everybody's looking crazy when he popped back up in the house and they was going to steak dinners and shit. Like, it was a competition. She got him back and she good now. Yeah, and right, and they saying she pregnant again. So, but it's a competition.
The worst
So-
part about it is that kids is involved. Like, that's the one thing that I hate with all of everything. Like, when kids become involved and you have this BS playing around foolishness, like, it hurts the kid. Like, I just don't understand people that do shit like this.
Because then, like Chad elaborated earlier, nobody cares about black children. And then in our community, we don't take having children seriously. We don't take family planning seriously as a collective. It's more of an afterthought. It's just like, it happened. My kid is here now. I mean, we treat children as a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like an accessory to our lives versus we're actually creating another person, another life. You know what I'm saying? And if you take family planning seriously, like I said before, my biggest fear was being a baby daddy. I proactively made sure I did not become a baby daddy. And I took, or to reduce the chances of me becoming one. So I took the necessary steps in order to ensure that I had a high probability that did not happen.
I understand. I did the same thing. I was like, I am not about to be no baby mama, so I understand.
So you have but we hear women say that more than we hear men say they don't want to be baby daddies. It's more like, oh, I had a kid, I guess I got to step up and figure it out and do something. But it's like, you can plan to have your child. That child won't come unless you decided to come. So how about we take the necessary steps in order to ensure that child has the best possibility to succeed? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, people got to we as a community got to take, when we celebrate, like, look at how we celebrate children. You'll get a big ass baby shower, right? But that's it. You ain't gonna get no wedding. You know what I'm saying? But you'll get a big baby shower. You'll get a big gender reveal. But when it comes to weddings, we don't see that shit. Like, we're fucking backwards. And it go back to that dude earlier that was in here, like, I don't know, that was trying to make reason or, justify the dysfunction in our community. Like, it doesn't matter where you love your child, just as long as you love it, it does matter. And we'll come up with ways to justify celebrating gender reveals and baby showers when the woman standing up on the stage with a crown on her head by herself. You know what I'm saying? Instead of celebrating a wedding. You know what I'm saying? We just fucking ass backwards. We just ass backwards, and then we'll justify the degeneracy.
It's total degeneracy, because think about it. How many of you in here have been to more funerals than weddings? That's not normal. That's not normal.
At all. Baby shower. Well, like I said, I grew up seeing marriage. I grew up seeing people be married. But then when I got out of my box, and my friends, their parents were married. You know what I'm saying? My family, my parents and my extended family married. But then when I got out of my box and start getting into the world, I realized, damn, like, I'm the exception. So that's like me. And that's why I keep telling people, you got to stop speaking to the exception. The way I grew up is the exception in our community. So that's like me going out and then preaching to everybody as if what I experienced is normal, where it's the exception. So I have to have grace and understanding when I do talk and I do explain that that's not majority of our people's reality. So they'll look at me and say I'm crazy, but when I explain certain things, they'll speak to the exception. Nigga, I am the exception. So y'all be speaking to me. So they don't really understand. I don't know. It's just a lot of hectic degeneracy and then we go back and then we justify it because people got too much ego and too much pride to admit that we out here just doing stupid shit. Like, there's not a lot. There's not a lot of like we just unserious as a people. I mean, look at my video today, right? The chick that posts the video talking about the home loan or the policy that Kamala is gonna try to implement as far as the down payment assistance. $25,000 if you're a first time home buyer, $10,000 tax credit, and then you could possibly qualify for more down payment assistance if you are a first generational home buyer, right? She was spreading misinformation by saying, oh, the immigrants, this is for them, this is not for black people. And I'm like, how can you sit there with number one, you didn't read shit. And number two, how can you sit there and say with a straight face that this does not help black people? And it's people like that. And people will see her video and then run with it and believe it instead of doing the fucking research. We're just like, our community is just so fucking unserious about shit that actually matters. But you start talking about some baddies club and a rapper baby mama and some rapper beef or some like they know all about that. And then they'll be like, well, I don't know nothing about that. Educate me. No, nigga, go Google that shit. Go research it for yourself. You didn't need me to tell you how to go make all them fucking babies. I ain't have to tell you how to do that. I ain't have to tell you how to go run the streets and do all this. Like, go research for yourself.
Yeah, it's like it's when people make comments like that, as far as like, oh, the immigrants did not do it for black people, they do more for the immigrants. It's a fucking lie. Even if you were to look up, not only if you were to look up the factual information, does it prove that it's a lie? I can even speak on that on a personal account. In 2004, Burma had like this big thing that was going on, and in my hometown was a refuge city. So tons of Burmese came into my hometown. I was like a sophomore at this time, 2004. Now, fast forward, those same Burmese people who came in and were moved into the projects that we were living on the same side of town as the black people and everything, giving the same exact shit in the projects, they now have had, like my aunt sold her house last year to a family for $200,000 cash. Like, because they had a different mentality. Now the ones that came over and adopted the mentality that was of the hood that they were growing up in, they have the same exact experience as the same hood black kids that grew up in those same hoods. But the ones that stuck to their mentality, to their culture, they do, even though they grew up in the same black hood on food stamps, their parents didn't even know the language. They didn't know the language. They had to learn the language just to go home and teach it to their parents. But you mean to tell me that people like this got a better opportunity than you? Like, it's unserious. It's unserious.
And you've been living here your whole life. Like, she literally said, like, so in 2 years you ain't never missed a rent payment? No, I haven't.
That's not normal. Like, so it's like she don't even realize the thing that she says is ridiculous. She's speaking to her own negative experiences and trying to blanket that because like those Burmese people, their mentality was different. Like, so they came over, they literally lived in the same house as a family and saved their money for 20 years and bought a house for $200,000 cash. We don't do that. But we cannot say that they have a better chance. They're just doing things differently. Even when we say like, oh, well, they get money for gas. No, they don't. When they come over to this country, they're coming from countries that don't have a stable economy. They're coming from countries that don't have such thing as filling out a job application, going to get a loan, Credit doesn't exist in their countries. The only way that they know how to acquire things is by paying cash. That is their culture. That is all that they know. So they're coming over, sticking to what they know and thriving in that way. But we refuse to let go of the bullshit that we know, even though we know that it doesn't work.
It's like I was like, how you complain? So I was like, let's just say they are getting some food stamps. Let's just go with what you saying. They getting all this assistance. You've been here your whole fucking life, and you losing out to a motherfucker that just came here on a jet ski. Like,
don't even speak the language. Like, what are you talking?
Can't speak the language. Like, she's like, well, we got to prove 2 years worth of rent. I mean, you've been living, like, what have you not been? You talking about a motherfucker who just came over here and crossed through a tunnel. They don't have 2 years of goddamn rent payment.
You ain't got to prove citizenship. You ain't got to prove green card status. You ain't got to prove I-9 status. You ain't got to prove all this other shit that they got to like 2 years of rent is the problem. What you talking about?
She was like, well, how do you even prove 2 years of rent? The rental people.
Right. They print out an account statement. What's she talking about?
Like, but we talking to people who've never even applied for a house. Or like when you go apply for a home loan, they're scrubbing all your financial documents. I've never been so like, not that I was like, I've never felt so like pants down in my life is when we sat down in this house, like our townhouse. It was kind of just like whatever, because it was a cheap ass motherfucker. But this,
oh yeah,
getting this thing built.
3 months bank statements.
Man, they went through my bank accounts, my credit card statements. They went through everything. And I didn't even have a bunch of debt or nothing crazy. So you talking to people who don't even know the process. And then, like I said before, you got a population of niggas, because that's who I'm going to talk about, who they don't want to do nothing. First, it was, we don't know her policy. She ain't did nothing. Then she posts her policy. Then is that little 25,000 ain't gonna do nothing. It ain't gonna benefit black people, bro. They represent the entire country. They can't do something specifically for black people because that will never pass through Congress.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, all they want to do is complain because they don't want to do nothing, but then they want everything just handed to them specifically. Literally, all the shit that they're asking for, we need entrepreneur program, all that shit exists. I bet they have never gone to the SBA.gov website. They have never gone and filled out all the grants that are in the system. All that shit exists already. What do they even be talking about? And then it's like, they want to talk about Trump and all that. I want every last one of them black motherfuckers who want to support Trump, go to a Trump rally. Go. Film it. That's all I'm saying. If you support Trump, go to a Trump rally. Go ahead.
As a regular person.
As a regular person. A regular
white person.
Yep. Regular black person, regular clothes. Go. Let's see.
F1 in the chat. YT. Like, come on now. Y'all keeping me working. We love TikTok shop. We do not, we do not do slander or hate speech over here. Benny, we just got from unbanned. Come on now. Chad. You're not helping. You're not helping.
My bad. Them people. Good Lord. But you'd be surprised how much free money is really like it really be boiling down to a lot of people really don't apply for shit. It's so much free money, bro. Y'all see what I got. You know what I'm saying? But during the pandemic, they was offering before I get to that, because it was a guy that was like, well, that's going first he said, well, who gonna pay for all this money? Your tax dollars, because that's what it's actually supposed to be meant for, to actually aid the people. That's number one. He was like, well, that's going to raise my property value. Well, first of all, the money coming from this program is a federal program. Federal taxes is separate from state taxes. State and local government control your property taxes, which is also deemed by the value of the property values of the neighborhood. So when they create these 3 million extra home units in the housing economy, guess what? That's going to increased inventory, which lowers the demand because there's more competition. But again, we're talking to people who don't read. So I was like, if anything, your home value will decrease, which should in turn make your property value decrease because that your house will no longer be valuable because you have more competition, or it should level out. Then as far as property tax, are you in an area that has good school districts? Are you in an area that has good public amenities? Because that would also increase your property tax because that's what funds those things. But again, we're talking to people who don't even understand the basic functions of the president.
That's hard to understand. But you know, also, even with that example that you just gave, that could literally be applied to anything. That can literally be applied to sneakers. That could be applied to anything. It's a supply and demand. It can literally be applied to anything. But
look at the price of Yeezys right now.
yeah,
Nobody
exactly.
wants this shit.
Because there's an excessive amount. So if somebody cannot grasp that concept with something so simple as like a sneaker or anything, they're not going to be able to understand that if it's the government. They're just not. It's unfortunate. And what's crazy is as I'm listening to what you're saying, like I'm an immigrant, right? And I'm from Jamaica. And before I came to this country, I'm not even going to lie to you, like I had to unlearn the biases that I had about Americans. I'm not even going to lie to you because everything that I was told back home was all negative. Americans, they're lazy, they this, they that. And it took for me to be here for a long time and have American friends for me to be like, you know what, that's messed up to even think like that, like at all. That's just messed up because you can't generalize with a whole group of people because people generalize me. I'm from the Caribbean. I don't want to be generalized, so I'm not going to do that to a group of people. But to think that somebody that comes from another country, especially a third world country, and is able to come to this country and use the resources that people that have lived here, born here, have had access to, and they are not utilizing it. But then turn around to say, oh, well, we don't have access to it. But you do have access to it. But because you're not living in scarcity, you're not looking for it because you just want it to be just given to you. Oh, it's here. Look, it's right here. You got to go to here, stand on this line or go on this website. Versus if you're coming from a country or anywhere, any walk of life where you've lived in some type of scarcity and no structure, even if it's healthcare, because in the Caribbean, healthcare ain't all that. Like it's just not. So if you're coming from a third world country where everything that you have has no structure and anything and everything could be used against you, you could sign something and they could be like, nah, I lost the paper. Sorry. You didn't sign nothing. Everything you document, everything you read, and you don't just read it to be like, okay, I read it. You read to understand. You read to comprehend what it is that you're looking at, what it is that you're signing off on.
Even people that live in scarcity, it go back to the mentality. If you don't want better for yourself, even if you're in scarcity, if you don't want better for yourself, you're not gonna even go and search and get the tools. It's so much free like that, and that's one. That's why I had the video where the girl was literally mad at me. Well, mad at black. That's why when she was like, "Oh, black people going to the military, you fighting the envelope people war, all that extra shit." You're mad at someone taking an opportunity to better their life and climb the fiscal ladder in this country. Number two, the program, there are state and federal programs, which are two separate pots of money that you can then apply for both and stack them together, right? Which is why I was saying with the home loan, so the federal, if it goes through, Kamala's thing for $25,000, okay, that's the federal government. Then let's say your local state government has on a program that they give you an extra $20,000 or $15,000. You could have almost 50 grand of assistance just right there alone. Then people are like, they just don't want to do. It's too. So what the story I was going to tell was like during the pandemic, the state of Virginia was giving out all type of, because they got the funding from the federal government. They have to use this funding, right? So they were giving out like food stamps, like EBT food stamps for people for kids basically during the summertime. It was towards like so it was for them being at school, like home, the virtual learning. So because they was at home, and then during the summertime they were giving out the food assistance EBT. They're still giving that shit out. We just got another set of that shit, to the point where the guy was like, yeah, just call. And they're even adding children who are in preschool because they have to get rid of the money or they'll lose it. Then they also had a program where they had buses. You could either go to the school or they had buses. The kids just had to go to their local bus stop and they would literally just give lunches, like school lunches or whatever. People weren't even showing up to it, to the point where when we would go up to the school, they would have boxes of food that they would just give to us because people weren't coming to get it. Mind you, these are the same people complaining about grocery prices on the internet every fucking day. And it wasn't no bullshit. I'm talking sandwiches, chips, fruit, vegetables, snacks, everything. These kids, chocolate milk. I had got like 2 cases full of chocolate milk just because they had to get rid of it or they were going to throw it in the trash. So then they had what else did we get? Oh, the pre-K program. It was 4-year-old program where you just had to sign the kid up and apply, and you could get the kids into the pre-K programs at like the hood schools or whatever. But hey, that way you had to pay for daycare, right? There was so many open slots to the point where they was just like, it was supposed to be high priority, like high risk children at first, but nobody signed up to the point where they literally just opened it up to the public. Then it got so bad that they was like, look, tell people who want some kids because we got to fill these spots up, and they still wasn't filling them. So it be instances where a lot of people just for whatever reason, and then we told our neighbor about it. We told about the food stamp. We told about the pre-K program. Never signed up, but be on here complaining about her grocery bill and paying for
because
that.
that's too much work. You know, I hate to say it, but I've been saying it for years. Americans are lazy. They lazy and privileged.
It wasn't even, you literally just had to call and sign a paper and then send the record. It was so simple. Like the food stamp thing, you just had to call, get your social, get your info, like the age of the kids, the grade that they was in, and the schools they went to. It was like a 10-minute conversation. Then they sent you an email, you digitally signed the form and sent it back. It was that simple.
No, it's too much work. If you gotta sit in the line or you gotta be on hold for something, no, they want it right then and there. And if it ain't money, they definitely not trying to hear it. They don't care.
It's lazy and privileged. They're just like you said. It's even comical when people talk about the things that the struggles and all that other stuff, because they don't even know what struggle really is. Even if you were born and raised in the projects, go to the slums of Jamaica, go to Mumbai, India, go to places where mosquitoes will kill you. Like, what are they talking about?
And that's why I told that dude, I said, bruh, the little dusty dude that owned the smoke shop, I'm like, bruh, you talking from a place of reading books and you Hotep YouTube video. Like, I done been over there. I done seen how them people. You want to talk about some slums? Go to Djibouti. Go to Djibouti, Africa. Go to some parts of Jordan that I've been to in fucking Iraq and shit. Those are some damn slums. This, bruh, but when you say that, then they'll be like, well, you know, you don't have to go to the extreme. Like but it's like,
they always want to argue something.
Right, and it's not about going to the extreme. Do we have our issues? And I guess that's why the girl got so upset about me about the military shit or whatever. But it's like a lot of people's like American egos, like especially black people, have a sense like we overcorrect with us from what we've had to go through with a sense of entitlement now, as if somebody owes us some shit. And I'm like, and when I was like, well, I shouldn't have to go to the military to get a home loan. I shouldn't have to go to the military to get free college. I'm like, I mean, you don't have to, but you can't sit here and complain and say there's no opportunities when there is.
Right, and you didn't have to, correct, but your parents did not plan you in a manner to which you could, where you didn't have to. So, so what are you talking about?
You mad at the
You're
government
right.
when you really need to be mad at your parents for sucking.
Exactly.
Like they set you up for the L, and you mad at the government. No,
Right, because according to them today, oh, he just living because your mom and dad was just living their life, right? Yeah, they was living their life. They was just loving their child however they wanted to, right? Exactly. Now you got to deal with that shit, and you online complaining about how you can't afford no house. Blame your mom and
But
daddy.
then,
Blame
but
your
then
ancient mom and daddy.
when the
Nobody
kids
fault.
are playing,
hey
when the
man,
kids that are playing that have access to all of those things, then other people look at them and be like, "Oh, you got it easy, mommy. You got mommy and daddy's money." Like, wait,
I literally
wait,
Right, and they
what?
don't have to apologize for that either.
I literally
Yeah, like what? You mad at me because my parents were able to help? They planned me in perfect timing. What are you talking about? What the
yeah,
heck?
and they would because you didn't have to struggle. And I have people literally in my comments on that video about home loans, mad and upset, like mad and upset, and I'm like, I have people, and it's crazy because I used to talk about this before the pandemic, and I was telling all my partners and stuff to buy houses and get in or whatever. Once I, figured out the game, and I start spreading the information. And I used to make videos and post on Facebook or whatever, and people would I used to always get everybody don't want to own a house, everybody don't need to own a house, da 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 da. Now fast forward to now, you can't even get one.
Fast forward to now.
And then they're like, well, there's no affordable houses. The average house is $400,000. I'm like, yeah, that's the median for the entire country. That's taking the most expensive houses in California, New York, Florida, and you know what I'm saying. And that's the median. There are still places in this country where you can get an affordable house. So to sit here and say that policy won't do shit for black people is so just frustrating to see, when there are people who and then people are in the comments saying like, well, my down payment was only $14,000, $12,000. They be like, well, that's not enough. And it's like, then they be like, well, how much was your house? Oh, it was 200,000 or 230. Well, and it's like, the reason why you wouldn't be able, you're not in position is because you want what you see on HGTV, or you want what you're barely affording in a luxury apartment. You think that's them little granite countertops and that little stainless steel appliance and that little recessed lighting that you got in that little studio fucking apartment is what's your whole house supposed to look like. And that's not how that works. You have to work your way up to that if you ain't got it like that. And even if you got it like that, like we regular people. But guess what? Like I said earlier, how we bought that little raggedy ass townhouse, guess what? We rent it out, and by the time my kids get to the point where they want to start families and shit, by the time they get to that point, they gonna always have somewhere to lay their head where they ain't gotta pay no rent. By the time I hit the dirt, this house will be paid off. Actually, before Lord willing, I'm 30, so by the time I'm 60, this shit'll be paid off. So it's like, that's for a group of people who always crying and generational wealth, like y'all, the people are trying to shortcut and hustle their way to generational wealth, when you really, instead of doing what it really means, which is setting your children up so they don't have to start from zero like we did. You know what I mean?
Like I said, they don't care about the kids because they would have life insurance. They don't even have that. They don't even have that. You ain't supposed to be worrying about generational wealth like that. To me, those conversations are stupid, because what you worried about generational wealth for when your kids should have a $200,000 policy? Well, why don't your kids got a $200,000 to $250,000 policy off top?
And
for each parent.
they look at me because I was like, I don't like. I set my children up with generational wealth by sacrificing my wants, by taking my black ass to this fucking military, the envelope man military, and destroying my goddamn body so I can get this constant check for the rest of my life. So they college is paid off for, so they can, you know what I'm saying? They get this VA loan or whatever the case may be, and I can pass them down some fucking properties, some land, some life insurance
People are
policies.
smart with going to the military. They want to be basketball players and rappers, so they
You know what
can.
I'm saying?
It's like, but it's like they don't, like I said, they don't care about kids. They don't want to do anything because like they don't want to pay for the life. They don't want to pay $60 a month for a $250,000 life insurance policy because it's not going to benefit them directly. But they will pay $80 a month to AT&T for 10 years straight.
Or pay
their cell
somebody for a damn credit building course or a stock market course.
Exactly.
That's really some shit you could just find on YouTube for 5 minutes.
Exactly, and it's some shit that you ain't even qualified to do. But since it sounds like since they dangling a shiny thing in front of your face, you really think that every motherfucking person on this fucking earth can fucking be a stock trader? Seriously, is that what you really think? Like people really think that everybody can do everything and not no job specific takes a very specific skill set. But people want to talk about, oh, I'm gonna just go trade stocks. Motherfucker, you don't have the skill sets for that. How about you take that little money and buy a life insurance policy for your damn kids? How about that?
You really could do, like I said, I don't sit here, like I don't have to worry about retirement or putting nothing to the side for my kids. I got over $5 million on my own in life insurance, different policies. My wife got another probably 2.3 or some shit like that in life insurance policies. My kids are set. They're good. I don't have to put nothing away. I can live the rest of my life buying and doing whatever I want.
Your money is your money.
I can live F them kids for the rest of my life. And all my policies probably come out to probably like $160 a month. I ain't worried about shit. My kid's good. But people don't think like that. I gotta start this business and I gotta invest in these stocks and I gotta start a vending machine business and buy a car wash. And
because they want to have hard lives. They want to do everything the hard way. They want to buck. They always got to go against the grain. They always got to buck. They always got to buck authority. Go against the grain. Go against the shit that works. The long road, not the quick one. They don't understand the marathon over the sprint. They always want fast money, which is why they were so susceptible to selling drugs. It's just like, when are y'all gonna learn that there is no reward for having a hard life? You could do this shit as fucked up as you want to, but at the end of the day, you the only person that's gonna look like what the fuck you've been through, and that's it. It ain't no reward for that. You could have a hard ass fucking life all you want to by going against the grain, and nobody's gonna have to deal with that hard ass fucking life but you, and there ain't no reward for it. You ain't gonna get nothing extra out of this life because you chose to do it hard.
For people in the chat that say they want a cheaper policy, if you're young, it's better because we're regular people. We ain't got multiple real estate units and fucking all these different assets and trust funds and shit. So if you're a regular person, it's better to get like short-term policies that roll over into long-term policies because all of mine are 40 years short term. So that should carry me up until I'm like 70. But they can then roll into full term policies. And I don't have to take another health screen. So it just rolls right in. So if y'all are shopping for life insurance, look for short term, maximum year short-term policies that roll into long-term policies or have the option to, and also you don't have to do another health screening. So look into that. And you can add, and within those, you can add smaller policies onto your kids. So if, Lord forbid, something happens to your children, you have the resources to, take care of their burial, or once they turn 18, it rolls into their own personal policy. So they then don't have to go do a health screening or whatever. It just rolls into theirs, and then they can take over and do what they want to do with it.
Exactly. Then if you're worried about generational wealth for yourself, why don't you have a life insurance policy on your parents? You're the one who's going to be burdened with burying them, but it's easier to be delusional and pretend like that day won't happen. We have to be grown and be grown. Ask them about the real business, because everybody just want to assume that the business is handled, and it don't be. And then y'all having GoFundMe's and all this other shit. And then you have to deal with the worst day of your life. And you have to deal with that. But some people are going to deal with that same worst day of their life and go buy a house in a award-winning school district cash, because that is the life insurance policy that they chose to take out on their parent and take control of their own future. And that is their parents' inheritance, essentially. Like, you can take control of your future. You're going to be the one that have to deal with it, but y'all can pretend like shit is never going to happen. But delusion is a coping mechanism of the enslaved people. So it is what it is.
Best believe when my daddy kicked that bucket, I'm going to get me a Lambo.
It is what it is. Right.
Shit, I love you, Pops. I appreciate you. I'm going to give me a little five-month, but I don't give a damn.
People don't. It's like people don't want. They want to remain delusional. They want to live their lives in the possibility, not the probability, and then they want to ignore the inevitable and just dance in the rain, like just dance around as if the rain ain't gonna come. Like, it's going to happen. You got to be prepared. It's like even mentioning it, the ignorant response is, "Oh, you trying to wish me dead? What are you talking about? You're gonna die. You're gonna die. Like,
don't put that on me."
Right.
Don't put that. I mean,
are we grown-ups or
To
not?
do that, you have to have some type of responsibility. If you're not a responsible person, that's just not going to come to your mind. For you to not have a will or anything in place, knowing that's a possibility, and then to leave all of that for everybody to be scrambling at the end to try to figure out what the hell you're going to do.
that's the crazy part, because as death has gotten closer to me, it's not just been like old aunties and uncles and shit that I barely knew. It's been these brothers, it's been my mother and stuff like that. You realize just how little, like, it is so frustrating, because luckily I'm in a job field where I was able to work from home after my leave for like 2 or 3 months. I mean, not 2, it was like 2 months. I worked from home. And I had that time to, grieve or not have to be at work, because luckily I'm in that. But like when my grandmother passed, it was like I was home for like 2 weeks. My dad, we buried her, and then my dad literally had to go back to work that Monday. He took off Thursday and Friday. He had Saturday, Sunday off, and he literally had to go back to work Monday. And it's like the world keeps moving. The world don't give a fuck if your family member go. And it's like you literally have to go right back and go back to working, go back to life or whatever. And in that, people, so in that short time that you have, if your family member doesn't have their arrangements in order, which most Black people don't, there's so many different things that are involved when someone passes that you don't know and you don't think about until it happens. And it's like you got to do all of that shit, then go back to work, to the point where it feels unreal when you actually sit back and think like, damn, like I didn't even get a chance to grieve this person. And it can hit you like a fucking wave, and you be like, what? And it get to the point where like you start feeling kind of bad, because it's like, damn, that was my grandmother, that was my brother, that was my mother, like. And it's just like you go back into your routine, and then you kind of wake up and be like, what just happened? And it's even worse when that person doesn't like have their arrangements in order, because it's just like you're doing, and you don't even, it feels unhuman and kind of in a way savage like, because you and robotic, because you go from like we had when they pass or whatever, you're busy with funeral arrangements, trying to get pictures, trying to pick plots. Now, mind you, this is if they don't have these things in place. You picking plots, you're picking flowers, you're picking outfits. Then you got everybody in your face. You got fucking, then you got to get their personal business, so their debts, their assets, if they even have any. You got to get their belongings. It's just so many different things that you have to worry and focus about, to the point where you just can't focus on celebrating the life of that person. And then right after all of that, you cry, you say your goodbyes, and then boom, you got to go right back to work. And as people, Black people, the least you can do is have your arrangements in order, so that your loved ones can really just celebrate your life and be at peace. Not selling no fucking plates, not calling debt collectors, not trying to pick no plot out, not trying to decide and fight and argue over who gonna get the pots and pans out the cabinet, who gonna get the furniture, because that's mostly what Black folks leave. Some furniture, some pots and pans, and some fucking clothes. And if you do have some assets, have a will that breaks down who gets what and who, like, everybody. Because I had to talk to my daddy, and it was rough. And even now, he still be funny about it. I still ain't got all of the information I need. But make sure you pick somebody who is going to do right by you, or at least you write down specifically what you want, how you want it to be done, and who you want it to go to. Because you would like to think that, oh, my wife will take care of everybody. Oh, my kids will do right. My sister do right, until you never know nobody until that $250,000 policy or that $500,000 policy get direct deposited into somebody's bank account. You never know how somebody got to act when you got a BMW and a Suburban out there and you trying to figure out who gonna take the cars. You don't know how somebody gonna act when you start talking about somebody living up in the house or two that you got. So, specify and leave clear, decisive, precise instructions on where and who and how shit goes, gets distributed, all that. Because people will get nasty when we start talking about, man, I done seen family fight over. And my sister calling out. I done had
I just
people
dropped.
fight.
I got home, but I'm gonna keep listening. I'm gonna drop. All right.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna keep listening. I'm gonna drop. But
yeah.
Of course, thank you.
So be sure that you have your shit in order. Just be sure.
I'm going through that right now with my husband. And
you did say his family had passed or whatnot.
Yeah, we going through that right now with his, because of his mama.
And Brad, it gets so nasty. And like I said, I think you did bring it up, like your husband, and don't be the child that's the responsible one, right? Because everything is gonna get pushed on you. Everything, to the point where because that's what happened to me when my mother passed. Did I step? Of course I had to step up, be big bro, and do what needed to be done. It was unexpected because we ain't talked to her since we was, it's been years. But I still had to do it. So I had to come out my pockets. I had to arrange everything. I had to deal with everything. And then it was the matter of how she got, unalived. So there was legal matters. And like I said, I didn't even have, it was so much going on. I didn't even get to process anything until shit, like she passed in February. I didn't really even sit down and even think about what had happened until like the summertime, like that June. Cause it was just so much going on that I had to deal with. And it's just like people, black people need to have their shit in order. And I don't think we talk about it enough.
Can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead, Unique.
I think I'm gonna try to stay on one line because there's a lot of components into this. I believe a lot of that is going to the root of things, and that's something a lot of people, especially our community, don't want to do. It's a lot of going around stuff, like, and it's a community. A lot of times in black families or even with parents, I struggle, so you should struggle. We too busy arguing and trying to one up, even in communities, not even family. We arguing, we trying to run up each other. Oh, I gotta have a better car than you, my bag. We in the same neighborhood.
Yeah.
Why are you trying to one up me? It's a lot of that not being instilled at an early age, that you should have certain financial things in order, have a certain type of family system. It's not taught at all. You just have babies and go. A lot of people just go about life as if they're not planning it. It's just something's just happening. I have no control over it. And how many times is it that it's somebody that's trying to better themselves and they get kicked down? You doing better than me? Instead of being like, oh, we have to do this as a community. Even down to what old boy said earlier, you keep going, it is what it is, but you keep trying to find word salad and find something to justify why you have a broken home or why it should be a broken home or it should be okay, when it is what it is. And when we accept it, we can do something about it. But a lot of times it's a lot of running away from the issue. I don't want to see it until things hit the fan and you just have to deal with it. Then you bitter and mad.
Yeah. That accountability, that motherfucking thing, boy.
Exactly. And then they like you were saying, Benny, you don't be the responsible child, because they always gonna vilify the Terry of the family. Terry always gonna be vilified. Yep. Always. The Terry from Soul Food, always gonna be vilified. And all responsibility is gonna get put on that responsible child, and you're always gonna be the villain. Even when you say, don't try and do better for yourself, because they're gonna say, oh, you think you better and all that. That's true, because it's just like, but look
when
at
they
the root
chose better. You did.
Yeah, but it's like, but look at the root of that. Why is that? Why would that be an insult to me? Why would like they're trying to use that against you? But it's like, even if what you were saying were true, why would me thinking I'm better than you be an insult to me? Why should I feel bad because I think I'm better than you? Even if I'm not saying that you were true, but even if what you were saying was true, how are you using that? Why would that what would make you think that you could use that to make me feel bad? Like, it makes no sense. Why do we feel bad about it? It's like we have generations and we have kids and we beat them down. We're constantly beating the next generation down because we're constantly telling them that you're not better, but they're supposed to be better. They're supposed to be better than you. And you're constantly beating them down, and we wonder why we get stuck at square fucking one. The next generation is supposed to be better than the last, but we constantly want to keep everybody the same and keep everybody humble and meek and all this other shit. And you wonder why you can't even, you got kids that are told to sit down and shut up more than they've been told to stand up and speak. But then you wonder why they can't, why they ain't no leaders. Why you wonder why, you know what I'm saying? Like nobody has any decisiveness. You wonder why these boys are out here lost because they've been told to sit down and shut up. They don't know how to fucking stand up and speak. It's just like we do the shit to ourselves, but then we throw our hands up and cry like, oh my God, like it was such a fit, like they're doing this to me. It's just to the point where a lot of it's become self-inflicted because we know what's happening. Like we can even have these conversations and bring all of these issues to the forefront, and then people will go right back into their lives and continue doing the shit that we know is wrong.
Nah, man, because you can love. It's just a matter of loving your kid.
But that's what Benny said about teaching. He said the other day, like, man, teaching them to hold their head up. eye contact, because that affects jobs, relationship, how to, you know, put your shoulders back. It's not taught, and you are taught a bunch of BS and follow the BS instead of being taught this is how you survive, this is how you prosper, this is how you leave things for your kids, and that's how it's supposed to be. It's a lot of blaming the matriarch of the family. It's a lot of, oh, well, you were supposed to do this instead of taking accountability that you're a part of this community. Do better.
We have a lot of we have a lot of wanting to, I guess, humble black men, or put like keep them in a like meekness or whatnot. Like I
Not
don't
understanding the power they have.
I don't subscribe to being a humble nigga. That's just not like now I'm not gonna down somebody else in order to boost myself up, but I'm also not about to dim my light just because you suck. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna talk my shit, and I'm gonna be, because this life is too fucking hard for me to be humble. You know what I'm saying? I done bust my ass to get where I'm at. I done gave my fucking body up to get where I'm at. I did a lot to get to the position I'm at, and then you want me to, oh, you supposed to be humble because karma gonna get you. Fuck that shit. First of all, that shit, I don't believe in that shit. So
it's stupid. Like, why would you be humble?
You want karma to get some, like, when people be talking about energy and karma, y'all only use it when you want to, like, bring somebody back down to where you at, or knock them off of they stoop instead of elevating your shit.
Or make you feel guilty for holding them accountable.
Right, like, I'm not about to humble myself because you suck at life. Like, that's not what's about to happen.
Right. And then at the same time, motherfucker, if I got some shit 99 times, I can lose some shit 99 times, I'm gonna get it back 100. Anything I ever lost, I can get it again. Like, please believe, not sweating it whatsoever. Like, this shit, I'll burn this shit down myself if you want me to. Like, if I want to.
But that's because it's in you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
exactly. They don't understand that.
You got doers, and then you got people who just gonna get on TikTok and complain.
Right.
It's like, I done hit rock bottom a couple times, but I done shook back because that shit is in me. Because I'm never not gonna fuck. I'm never like, people think because I say like, I'll say like, if you ain't got nothing going, go to the military. I'll say like, if you know what I'm saying, I give people other options or avenues to try to get to where they actually want to be. But people say I'm cooning or subscribing to them people's ideology or whatever. No, motherfucker, you can't get shit in here unless you build a foundation. And
Right.
if you ain't got no options and you ain't got nothing shaking, how else are you gonna get something? How else are you gonna build something or do anything? They not, because they never gonna give you nothing. You gotta go get that shit.
Right. They don't got they got a problem with somebody getting it themselves, with going to the military and getting all the benefits that come with it just to make it in this world. But they ain't got no problem with somebody getting in line to get on Section 8. And then that's not shucking and jiving for the white man system, is it? No, that never is. But then it's like, you want to tell people to humble themselves. Humble them. Okay, yeah. Humble them. I mean, they don't do that. They don't stop it. But anyway, humble yourself. You ain't better than nobody. You mean tell me you ain't better than nobody? Nobody? You ain't better than no kitty diddler. You ain't better than nobody. You ain't better than no unaliver. You ain't better than nobody. Well, sorry. So that applies to you. Sorry. Like, that don't even make sense. You ain't better than nobody.
Can I chime in on that really quick? I'm new to the group, but
What's good?
yeah. So it's basically piggybacking off what you just said, man. Our community is the only community that will motivate and then tell a kid to go to college. And I know this firsthand through my own personal family. They'll send you off to college, and like me, I'm in the health field, and then you could study 4 years of medical school or whatever else, and they won't even listen to you. You could tell them like, hey, you probably want to cut back on that sugar or whatever you're eating, and they'll hit you back with, oh, you went to college, now you know everything, huh? Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I kind of do know a lot about this. I've been studying it now for 4 years. We the only ones that send people off and then criticize them for it.
And it's crazy because instead of, like, when I left, you know what I'm saying, and when I left to go off right? And I'm out, I'm on my own, building my life, traveling, seeing all these different countries, building all these different experiences, right? And then I come home and partners that I grew up with, partners that I shared, like we did everything together. You telling me, oh, I think I'm better than everybody. Oh, I think I'm doing something. Yeah, nigga, because I did.
Exactly.
And like, and I'm showing, and it's like, bro, I'm showing pictures of me in France, Jerusalem, Greece, Israel, fucking Eli, all these, all these different places, all these different things that and they just looking at like, oh. And it's like, instead of, and it's like, but the crazy part is, I'm like, bro, all y'all had the same opportunity that I did. And some of y'all, I was even trying to get y'all to come with me. And I'm vilified for that. And then on top of that, I come back home and I'm trying to, instead of seeing what I turn into and what I'm doing and saying, damn, bro, like, let me get some of this knowledge. Like, how can I do this? How can I do that? I see you, you know what I'm saying? You found a wife, you know what I'm saying? You buying homes and you doing this. Like, what are you doing? How can I do this? Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, let me get your ear on it. Like, it was never that. It was, oh, I'm trying to get like you. You know, that little sneaky, yeah, man, you the one with all the money, bro. You the one with all the, you the one with all the women. And it's like, what you want me to do with that?
Yeah, they can't be happy for you because they can only be happy if they know that you have struggled to their level of satisfaction to get where you are. They just be happy for you because you just did something. They're not gonna be happy for that. That's why they happy for the candy dealer. That's why they support the neighborhood candy dealer who hook everybody, kids on candy and all this other shit, and they glorify that. And so, because that was struggle. They can only be happy if they know that you have struggled before you can have anything good. They don't know anything good without chaos attached to it. You cannot just have love by itself. It must have chaos attached to it. You must have something negative attached to anything positive for them to even recognize it or be happy for you. Anything straight positive, like if a parent just loved their kid so much to where they put their kid, they plan their kid, put their kid in some good schools, paid for their kids' college, bought their kids good, did right by their actual child that they chose to bring into the world, they will vilify that child. You ain't black, you ain't this, you ain't that, you ain't all this other shit like that. When literally that their parent just showed their child love. But because they only know love when it's coupled with chaos and crazy ass shit, it's like, well, now that person is everything but loved. It's like, they don't want to look into that. They don't want to look at what is the root cause of that shit. Why can't we just be happy for somebody just being happy for them? It's always that slick shit. It's always that underhanded shit when you don't know. But you know what, Benny? If they knew that you had struggled, if they knew that you had went through some shit, if they knew that you had any type of chaos attached to all your recent accomplishments, then they would be happy for you. If your dad was like a candy dealer back in the day and he had some money left over and you took that money and you bought you a house with it, oh, they'd celebrate you all day. Oh, they celebrate you all day. But the fact that you went out and got it, they can't be happy for that. They don't like it.
And like the people that I had, so the people that I have in my circle now, like they genuinely come to me and be like, hey, bro, like, you know, I see you just bought a crib, man. Like, teach me the game, put me on, like, what did you do? Like, those are the people that I keep in my circle. That birds of a feather flock together shit is true. Like, a lot of men keep irrelevant niggas in their circle. A lot of women keep irrelevant people in their circle, and they be some of y'all biggest haters. And if you got people on your team or in your circle that aren't genuinely happy for you, when you, like, y'all should be leveling each other up. It should be competition, friendly competition, to where, like, when I do something, my partners look at me and be like, damn, bro, I'm trying to get up to you. Like, and they genuinely mean it. And because they're asking me honest questions to see how to get there. Now, all my partners done built the house from the ground up. You know what I'm saying? Because I did it. I put them on game. They elevated. They up there. All my partners got one except my partner that in Atlanta that his baby mama didn't work out. But that's not his fault. That bitch was just crazy. But because he tried. He was about to, but he had to cuss. But for the most part, all my other partners, they married. You know what I'm saying? Or getting married. Like, I don't keep dysfunction in my circle, bruh. Like, I don't keep negative, and it ain't even like some dudes would be like, man, like I don't have no surface level friendships, like, cause that for what? That's not conducive to what I got going on. Like, I'm 31 years old. I don't need no dude that we just go hoop, but then he really just a weirdo outside, but I'm gonna just keep my distance and keep it on I don't need to do that no more. I'm not 19, 20 years old. Like, I'm 31. I don't have to do that. So be mindful of the people you keep in your circle, because they will bring you down. If you got to cut off people and start over, so be it, because the people I grew up with, for the most part, none of them are really conducive to what I got going on. Now, everybody that I know that I consider my brother right now, my family, are people that I've met that I didn't grow up with. And even on TikTok, there's people on TikTok that show me more love than like Locke. She came on one. What was the whole shoe controversy that I pissed everybody off on? That's how I met Locke. Ain't never seen her in real life, but she feel like my sister. You know what I'm saying? Like, strangers will support you more and rock with you more than people you grew up. So don't be afraid to cut niggas off. And now I'm not saying be like cutthroat or something, but if you you feel it in your spirit that this person really is not conducive to the betterment of your life, you feel me? Like, cut them off. Don't be afraid. And it can trickle down into how you move about in life, where people will be afraid to leave their hometown and chase after opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't want to leave behind, and bro, you gotta go. You gotta get the fuck up out of there. Don't be afraid to cut motherfuckers off and get up out of there.
Facts.
Just because y'all grew up together or y'all been together since day one, they know all your business. Because you're comfortable around them. You gotta get them folks up out of there, because they'll keep you stuck.
You can't help what tribe you're born into at the end of the day. You can't help that. You had no hand in what family you were born into, what tribe, anything you were born into. That had nothing to do with nothing. Your family, blood only makes you related. That's why those people are your relatives. You create a family. You go find your family. That's what that is for. It may include your relatives, but at the end of the day, I think too many people be putting too much weight on people who are just related to them. Because at the end of the day, the person who been down for you through the thick and thin for years and years and years could mess up one time and you throw them away. But your family, your relatives could do you dirty for your whole motherfucking life, and you still trying to get acceptance from them. Down in Mason, when they the ones who should have been looking out for you in the first motherfucking place. They was the ones who was actually charged to protect you, and they ain't did nothing but do you wrong. But the one time you had a misunderstanding with the person who been down for you since day one, the person who actually know you better than the motherfucking relatives, you throw them away. People just backwards.
That is very true. But what is Sir Broderick? You said you made a video about me? Like a good video or bad?
Neither. It was kind of neutral. I just kind of like commented on some. You made a video about the whole $25,000 down payment thing about Kamala Harris. It was a stitch with this other black woman, and kind of both of y'all were a little bit misguided, but ultimately wrong on what y'all was talking about for it. And I just basically gave my 2 cents. By the way, I'm a mortgage broker, so I kind of got a really good insight as far as the mortgages and real estate community goes.
So what was wrong about it? Because I just
because you came with the idea from your point of view, you kind of said it was going to be good for the black community. I just said straight up, it's not. It's not going to help black people. Really, it's not going to help nobody. Them doing that, and basically because of a couple of things. Number one is that You know, it's a wide known down payment assistance program. And what I know from usual sellers, when they sell houses or list houses for sale, they're trying to get the most bang for their buck. As a seller and representative sellers, agents, and all that type of stuff, usually they'll probably raise the price that much more just to get take advantage of those government programs. It happens all the time. Number two, there are already programs out here to where people can get $25,000 plus for being not only a first-time home buyer, but from low-income communities. Whether they and it's another thing. You know, you said something about people making it out of tunnels doing better than you are as a black person. And like honestly, bro, there are more programs out there for people who are I-10, people who have I-10 versus a social, that they have these especially Mexican immigrant programs and all these type of things that are readily available and easier to qualify for because it doesn't really go off a credit score. When you're an American citizen, especially a black person in a low income area, doesn't matter where you're from, you're an American citizen, I got to run your FICO, right? And so the down payment, back to the $25,000, the down payment usually is not the thing that I have to disqualify people for.
Yeah, it's the debt to income ratio.
It's the debt to income ratio, exactly. And the reason being is because people don't understand there are two types of debt to income ratios, right? You got the front end debt to income ratio and the back end debt to income ratio.
Right.
So when you got your VA loan, right? When you got your VA loan, the debt to income ratio that you needed to meet by minimum is 55%. That's 55% and under. You only needed to make 45% and under. As long as you had over a 580 credit score, you can get a VA loan with 0% down and get your home up to 4 units of a property. I mean, I've done VAs. It's so easy. And like you said, I don't know who was hating on you saying don't go to the military and all that. If you black, they full of shit. You right about that. But what I will tell you is for the other people that haven't been in the military and don't have access to a VA loan, the debt to income ratio has to be 45% and under.
Yeah.
It's less of a grace area. And really it's 45% if you have an FHA loan, and that you can only really get that, especially if you're doing only 3.5% down with an FHA loan. You can only get that if you're first time home buyer. That's another incentive for going FHA and being first time home buyers. But any type of conventional thing, you put minimum 5% down. So I was giving examples of, like, say if you got a house on average, and I'm from Texas, I live in Hawaii, but I'm from Dallas and I'm licensed in Dallas too. So I do these mortgages a lot. Say on average, you get a house that's $300,000 and you got the $25,000 down. Say you qualified for the down payment assistance. It's $25,000. It's 8%, right? So you can get a conventional loan, which means you don't have to pay mortgage insurance for the life of the loan. Well, that'll save you some money in the long run. But say you put down the $25,000, your monthly payment, including taxes, insurance, and HOA, if you have an HOA, you're looking anywhere between $2,200, $2,400 a month. Mind you, they're going to add whatever that is that you're supposed to pay on your mortgage, along with your credit card payments, your car note payments, anything that pops on your credit that you have to pay monthly, that's going to be added to your debt to income ratio. Right. And that's what people don't really realize. And then they add that on, and then now you're at 60%. Now you're at 70%. Now I'm gonna tell you, as a person that's been doing mortgages for quite some time, anytime that I have people call me or me reach out to potential leads or folks that are trying to get pre-approvals, majority of the people that know anything about down payment assistance or ask about it usually have one or two things. Either one, they have no money in their bank account at all, and they're assuming that they can get 0% down, even with a veteran, like even with the VA loan, like you didn't have to put no money down for yours. But guess what? I know for a fact you had to have a certain amount in the bank because we think about closing costs and all of that type of thing. See, the average person don't know that until they reach out to somebody. Well, what I'll tell you is it's only one or two things that happen with people who are looking for the down payment assistance. They either have no money in the bank and they think that they can still get a house loan, or B, they have jacked up credit. And those are the two things that really hurt people as far as trying to qualify for loans. And if we dive even deeper into that, it's really the debt to income ratio, because like say you're a business owner, and I see this a lot of times with business owners, man. When you try to qualify for a mortgage loan and you're a business owner, what I have to get is the last 2 years of tax returns, plus 6 to 12 months of bank statements, depending on how your money come in, because we got to check cash flow. Only problem with that is if anybody that's in the audience right now, or you yourself, Benny, is if you know anything about owning a business, when you file your taxes, what do? You write off as much as you can. You know why? Because you want to pay less taxes. But what does that do when you're trying to apply for a loan? That looks like you made way less money than you actually made, right? And then on top of that, we take a 25% deduction based on those tax returns on the amount that you're supposed to have net. We have to take a 25% deduction just to make room for any more potential deductions that you could make. So we can't even take 100% of what you claimed on your taxes as net as your income. So it's even harder if you own a business and things like that right now. So my suggestion with the whole thing, that's why I was saying, like, yo, that $25,000, bro, talking about, oh, we gonna get this and we're gonna build this many houses and incentivize the builders to do so. Well, the builders know one thing too, and this is another thing that they could do. Most builders, I'm talking Pulte, I can't think of the other names off the top of my head, but I know them for sure. Yeah, all those. They have, it's illegal, but just know for a fact they use their own lenders.
Oh yeah.
I know, right? They're not supposed to do that, but they do it. It's a loophole they got, and they do it, right? So what they know is, because they have the data in front of them, because they got people applying for these new homes and stuff like that. They already get over on getting people to houses who shouldn't qualify for homes anyway. I'll tell you about how they do that in a second. But the thing is, incentivizing them with tax breaks as far as building more homes, that's not the issue. The issue is they're paying more for materials to build those houses. That's why it's been a shortage in building right now. And I think that the focus hasn't been on the materials that it takes to build the homes versus trying to incentivize a builder. If he already saying, I'm building less homes because the materials cost me more, giving me a tax incentive is not going to really mediate what I'm really looking for right now. You see what I'm saying? So when I say that, so we talk about the new building, building the new unit homes. Like, say you got a community, it's a new Pulte community, and you see the sign and it's just new up in a brand new area where you live in. You're gonna see, oh, we got homes from the 200,000s to the 400,000. You're gonna see that all the time, right? Brand new community. Yeah. Well, what they do is, especially, I'm from Texas, so like I said, I'm gonna refer to that. And Houston is one of those places too. Even Atlanta and other parts of Georgia and Florida, like, these are places I'm licensed in. I see this all the time. What they'll do is, when they're doing new construction, these builders, they'll wait till about where your house will be ready. Like, say you'll see it, they'll give you the blueprints, the 3D view, all of that, and you're gonna build it from the ground up. Your house probably ain't gonna be ready until the summertime, right? Because in Texas, for sure, they wait till the summertime for a couple of reasons. The reason being is because in Texas, they do a tax assessment once a year. Usually happens between December and January, right? They do a tax assessment on the land and then the structure on the land. So by the time you move in the summertime, right, they've already done the tax assessment. So when the mortgage loan officer is writing your loan, they pull the data from the area, using your address and zip code. They get the tax assessment of that specific property, and the tax assessment may be $1,000, $2,000, or something like that for the year, right? Mind you, this tax assessment was done prior to the structure being built on it, so obviously it's going to be a hell of a lot less. Okay, boom, you move in. You like, shoot, your closing costs plus down payment got you in. You could afford that. Your monthly payment is an affordable payment. Boom, you move in June, July. All right, come January, or December, January, the tax assessor come out to your house. Whereas your property taxes was, initially was $2,000. They do the assessment, all that. You get it back, it's like $12,000 now. Okay, cool. You put that over the life of the loan, yeah, that's no problem. The problem is, though, when you put down less than 20% on a home, you pay what they call the mortgage insurance. And when you're paying mortgage insurance, that means you have an escrow account. The escrow account pays your taxes and insurance for you by the bank.
Right.
So when the tax goes up, and it say went from 2,000 to 12,000 for the year, guess what? The lender is going to go ahead and pay the 12,000. And this is what they can do. This is a little loophole they do to you. They say, all right, we paid this money. You're in a deficit of $10,000 because you only paid $2,000 for your current taxes. Now you're in a deficit of $10,000. You got 6 months to pay me back. So I'm going to raise your monthly payment in order to satisfy that $10,000 in 6 months. And now your payment go up $1,000, $1,500, $2,000.
Right.
And then they reset the whole housing community. This is something that needs to be talked about. I see this so often, and it usually only happens or messes up folks who barely hit the bar to even get qualified for the house. And I'm telling you the truth, a lot of times it's black folks.
And so, and I guess that's my point. People who are barely, like, to say that it's not going to be beneficial to black people is, in my opinion, disingenuous, because there are black people who are who are in position or in better position to take advantage of such programs. Like, if you were barely scraping by paying your rent and you barely squeezed by to get approved for this loan, you shouldn't have been buying the house to begin with.
Yeah, but see, the down payment assistance is not what's going to help them. That's not going to help them because we're talking about principal balance. Like, you take $25,000 off because you put that as a down payment. That's only a guarantee that you're going to buy the house. And if you didn't put that forth that money yourself, obviously you never had that amount of money. And so that's why I'm saying it's not going to help black folks. What's going to help black folks get approved for houses is if they kind of loosen up on the credit requirements and give people a program where they can, either stay in and match up and build up their credit while they got the house, or B, lower the interest rates, because the down payment is really not ever the issue. Like, I'm telling you, like, because right now there are programs you get $25,000, you can get $50,000 for down payment assistance as a first time home buyer. They got programs for single mothers and all that type of stuff right now. You know what I'm saying? That's not really what the issue is, because there's people that can get the $50,000 down payment, but if they can't qualify on debt to income ratio and credit, that means nothing. That money sits there.
Well, shouldn't that mean?
That's what I'm saying. So if they're in position and they have good debt to income ratio, they have decent credit to get approved on that end, but they are short $10,000. I mean, how does that not help?
Yeah, but that just don't happen like that, though. I mean, I could get it from that perspective, but even speaking on it like that, it's like we don't need another extra $25,000 based on the federal government or an executive order to give to people, because it's already programs in place for somebody to do that right now.
Right. So are you saying that it would be more beneficial to cut to lessen the requirements for credit worthiness than it is to give the money to people who are credit worthy? That's what I'm hearing.
Well,
like you said, it would be more beneficial for them to help people with bad credit and all this stuff to get in the house. So basically lower the requirements for credit worthiness.
Right.
Versus giving money to people who are already credit worthy.
But see, that's the whole thing. It's not up to the feds to do that. Yes, that's what I'm saying, though.
But why? Okay, so if that is what you're saying, then why would it make more sense to lessen requirements for credit worthiness when that is the primary reason for people going into foreclosure? Is because they shouldn't have had the house in the first place.
That's what happened. That's what happened in 2008.
Exactly. It was easy. Anybody could get a house.
In 2008. First of all, that's not what happened in 2008.
Well, I know what happened. It was the real estate Ponzi scheme. I know exactly what actually happened.
Yeah. So
but it was
a
loose
great
money.
movie out there that you got to watch. It's called The Big Short.
Yeah, right. People were shorting, but even The Big Short, the loans were shorted based on people foreclosing because it was written on bad paper, meaning they had written loans to people who shouldn't have had houses in the first place. That's why they were shorting the loans, because that's how you were able to even short the loan and make money with all of those things, because They have so many
Well,
loans packaged.
it was also that, and then also had to do with the valuation system of the homes.
Right, but all of that
This
stems
was the
from
biggest one. It had more so to do with the misvaluation of the properties said in these mortgage-backed securities that were actually settled on the secondary market, being bought, sold, and traded, versus them having actual files on these portfolios and an accurate valuation of those things. So not only was it predatory lending that led to the downfall with the adjustable rate mortgages and then those teaser rates that they would give people that would be 6 months to up to 5 years, or whether you're paying a very low teaser rate and then all of a sudden get hit with either a very large payment or a balloon payment in some cases that crashed the market. It was more so on the secondary market of them not properly valuing the portfolio property. So when it was to be sold to the government, we're talking about the FHA loans that were approved by certain mortgage lenders and then sold to the government on the secondary market, and then they run their own company evaluations or appraisals of the property, and they're losing like $300,000 to $400,000 per property. This is what really crashed the market. And the people that saw it before, as you saw in the movie, were able to short sell those things in a short amount of time, and then basically win they win.
right, but all of that stems from cheap paper, easy money, people, no doc loans, all of these things, aka giving money to people who are less credit worthy, because it had bad paper, it had a bunch of F grade paper.
That's not credit worthiness, though.
If somebody has not demonstrated through their savings, through their credit, then that's a form of credit worthiness. If they don't have the bank accounts to save.
I don't think that necessarily your credit score has to 100% reflects your credit worthiness.
That's why I didn't say credit score. I said credit worthiness.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So credit score, that's why I'm saying they need to be loosened up on credit score, because if I have a person, I've had people that make $200,000 a year get denied for a $400,000 home, who basically had no revolving debt, like debt to income ratio in the 20s or 30s, and I still have to deny them because their FICO was like 579 versus they needed a minimum 580 to even qualify for an FHA. I think that things like that, and that's really the bigger issue. A lot of times I pull people's credit and I get their pay stubs and things like that, and they'll qualify on everything but the actual FICO score, right? Because of something they had in their history, i.e. one thing that happened though was that they stopped counting the medical bills or medical rates against your FICO score when you're looking for a home. And that's I think the version V4 of the FICO that we pull, that the medical records don't count anymore. However, like say you had a car repoed 4 years ago. Usually it take about 7 years to hit on your credit, but you make $200,000 a year. You had a car repoed, and then you have a late credit card that got charged off. Even though you paid it, it still dings your credit. And you may be in the mid to low 500s for that, even though you making $12,000 a month. Like, and you can qualify for a $500,000 to $600,000, $700,000 house. I still can't get you approved because of that FICO score, even though over the past 4, 5, 6 years, you've been doing extremely well. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say that,
I mean, I get that you do this every day, so you probably see it a lot more. But it's just hard for me to understand that someone could be making consistently $12,000 a year and then their credit be that fucked up.
I'm telling you, bro.
Well,
It happens
that's
more than
what
you
is-
think. I
Right.
was the same way. I remember the first person that I pulled. It was a black dude too. I'm like, dog, you make $197,000 a year. Why is your credit in the 500s?
Right,
Like,
which
what
means
is
that
going
why would they
on?
be how would they be credit worthy to get a home?
Yeah, I mean, because that shows that you make the money, but it's like, what the fuck you doing?
Well, what happened is he was a doctor, and a lot of times, depending on the timing that you do, they have certain, like if you're still in med school, like we can do what we call basically do an estimate of what your potential salary is going to be in order to get you qualified for homes while you're still in med school. But he waited till after he graduated. He was already working at a practice and things like that. And so he had got behind for a little while, for a couple of years on his student loans. He had ran up them credit cards up to the max that he had, you know, paying for himself to go to school. His wife wasn't working. And so
and that's what I'm saying. Like, he's not positioned to buy a home.
He was then. Dude he put down 10% on the house. He had the cash in the bank, had saved it up. We're talking, so like I told you, it's 7 years before anything drop off your credit. And we look back that far. So we're in like year 4, and he basically was cleaning up his act. The only thing that didn't catch up yet was his credit score. Right? So yeah, he had the money in the bank. He paid off his charge-offs. You know, he was caught up again on his student loans, but you know, when we pull the credit, we look at how many 30-day lates you had, how many 60-day lates you had, X, Y, and Z. And, you know, that really affects, you know, your credit worthiness as far as how we're looking at it for the FICO. But, you know, everything else he checked off on the box, it was just the physical number that he had on the FICO that kind of almost made it to where he couldn't get the house. We had to work with him. It took him about 2 months. I had to do one of those quick credit fix programs that we got with the.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I do know that y'all will, like, if someone has the income and someone has the resources, not oftentimes y'all find ways to get the people in the house.
Right.
My partner was in the same position where he had to get his credit score up, and they literally waited and worked with him to get those. Like, I think he was like a 608. He needed a 620 with USAA.
620, yep.
And they told him exactly what to do so he could get approved for it.
Yep. But sometimes, look, I've seen people's credit to where they need $20,000 to fix it, and they only got $20,000 for down payment. I mean, you know, that's what I was saying. So I think that with me telling you what I tell you, as far as being on the inside of this, I think we all can agree, like, there is a better way to get black folks into home ownership than to trying to pass out $25,000 as a down payment assistance. That's not going to work. Like I said, we already got that. It's already here. We got it. You can, if somebody that's watching this live right now and you want to get $25,000 to $50,000 right now to buy your house, hey, guess what? It's for you. And I can show you where to look at it at. But the bigger question is, can you really qualify to get the house that you want to get? That's the bottom line.
Understandable. I do know there are programs out there, state programs. You know, I get that. I just don't see how. I mean, I don't see how adding another resource that people can tap into is a negative.
Well, because
if you want to argue the mentality, I'll give that. But if it's another resource that's out, like, because you said lower the credit worthiness or the credit score assessments, right?
Or just have a different program in place for people. I mean, there's a couple of them right now. Like, I know, for example, Bank of America does this program. They call it the NACA program. And basically, like, it doesn't matter your credit score or anything like that. They'll approve you for a house as long as the debt to income ratio is right, and you don't have to worry about no down payment or nothing. They take care of your whole down payment, all of your closing costs as well. But see, the thing about that is, if your credit's messed up, they basically walk you through a program. You got to present them the bank statement showing that you've been paying these, whatever it is on your credit is bad and things like that. And you got to give them, proper updates. I think it's for like a whole year, even after you move into the house. But it's programs like that. And that's really what get those people who wouldn't readily have access to buying a house into a home. I think those are the programs that need to be put, because we're just adding on. Like, it's a whole bunch of different styles of lemonade. You can get Tropicana or Simply, or you can get Minute Maid orange juice. But adding another type of orange juice don't help a person that needs to have orange juice daily. We already got it there. The whole point is we don't need another $25,000 in down payment assistance for people because people have a hard enough time qualifying for the ones that we got now. Like that's not where the problem is. It's not the down payment that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? It's the monthly payments, and then the credit worthiness that's the issue. That's basically what I'm saying.
I know this for a stretch, but is it okay to say that the credit system needs to be revamped altogether anyway? And again, I don't want anyone to think like, oh, this is a guy that with bad credit because I'm actually in the good mid 70s. I mean, 70s. But if we really look at it and we think about how credit is really set up, right? So if you don't use your credit, it's knocked against you. And then you can work hard and have a good credit score. And then when you start to use your credit, it's used against you. And it's just kind of like a domino effect. Like I said, I keep my credit good and things like that because, for one, I have to have it with my job. But at the same time, I talk about this with my coworkers all the time. Like, the credit system is kind of screwed up. Like, you penalize me if I don't use it, but when I start to use it, you're going to penalize me as well. And then
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't never had an issue with getting anything I wanted as far as my credit. And I ain't never had no crazy credit score. It's always been between a 690, like a 680 to like the highest I ever had was like a 740 or 750.
Yeah.
I've never had.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's an issue to get it, but what I'm saying is kind of like on the line of what he was saying. So if you get someone, let's just say you got a good 720, and then you have a credit card, you go buy a car or something like that. When they pull your credit, that's going to lower it. When you start to use it, and then even if you're paying it on time with your debt to income ratio, that's going to lower it. Or if you don't use it, what is it? After 2 years, if your credit is not being used at all, they penalize you with that as well. So it's kind of like, again, it's like something that's set up to almost attack. But again, like I said, I don't want to, confuse anyone on here to say like, oh man, just forget credit because.
Nah, bro, I agree with you 100%. I don't think that that's something that you even had to give a precursor for. Nah, you telling the truth, bro. Like, nah, it really does need to be revamped. I think it needs to be revisited because this is where, the government, even if they wanted to, can't step in and dictate or even help or not help what happens to people or how banks and these big corporations run things. I think that's the bigger issue. I mean, it's a creator on here. I forget that dude's name, but he be like talking about how BlackRock and Vanguard own everything. You know what I'm saying? They really run the system. I mean, the Fed is an independent corporation, but they're not at all associated with the government. And so these are the ones that the big investors are the ones that put in the requirements based on for lenders to lend out the money that they're lending. And so I definitely believe that the whole FICO system credit should be revisited and revamped and something better because it don't work for a lot of people. And usually it's the middle class folks, even hardworking folks that just happen to make, whether they make a minimum wage or a little bit above that, I think they should still be able to deserve a house. You know what I'm saying? Something. Yeah. Versus trying to raise minimum wage, that's not the answer. It's a systematic problem.
Yeah, the reason why I chimed in on that because I had a coworker and he's a physician, matter of fact. And the crazy thing is that he was on that borderline as well. And basically, what they told him, he had, I think, if I could be wrong, it was like 60 or 90 days to pick out what he was going to do because the way they was pulling his credit. If he would have waited, I think it was 120 days, he would no longer qualify because he would be too low to qualify for it. So he was kind of like put in his bubble. He had to find a house to do it at that time. And his big thing also was from med school, his student loans and things like that had started to roll in on him. So,
yeah. Yeah, no, I've seen that before too, man. The lending industry is quite complicated. What I would suggest to a lot of people, I think for me, being a black person growing up in the hood, I'm from Dallas originally. I mean, I went to private school back in like 4th or 5th grade. One thing I understood about my white or Jewish counterparts is the fact that, they got taught about money at a very early age. I didn't learn anything about the finance industry or how America works until I got older, got into finance and doing mortgages, studying the series license. We're talking Series 6, Series 7, 65, 63, and so on and so forth. That teaches you so much about not only how the stock market works or secondary markets work, but basically how money works in America and how the rich get rich and stay rich. You know, these are the type of things. Wealth management basically is what I ended up learning. And a lot of us on a common level don't know this, but a lot of other counterparts do. And I think that's what we should be putting our money and our efforts into. Because once real Negroes learn how to do that type of stuff, man, we're gonna be on top for sure.
Okay. Well, appreciate you dropping some information for folks who might need that, because I'm sure there's people that need it. Especially the DTI conversation.
Yeah.
So that they definitely need that. But yeah, man. Hey, that was a lot.
My bad, babe. But look, yeah, that's all. Like, man, let me go and make this video because I love your content, Benny. Man, you be going hard, man, making niggas laugh and stuff like that, bro. But no, I was like, well, let me go ahead and say something about this, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Y'all look out for each other, man.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, y'all.
What part of Dallas you from? From
Oak Cliff.
I said Oak Cliff.
Oak Cliff.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I used to be up out there. I got my homeboy cousin live out there with.
Oh yeah, in the Cliff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then yeah. Where you from?
Freeport.
Okay. From Louisiana. Yeah. Now you know we used to go down there to the boot all the time, hit the boat.
Yeah.
Yeah. My granny used to take me down there when had to stay with her on the weekend and shit. We be at the boat.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But I know you got some partners out here in Schofield, don't you?
What, Hawaii?
Yeah.
Nah, not no more.
Oh, okay. Cause you Army?
No, I was in Marine Corps.
Marine. Okay, so you wouldn't have been on Schofield anyway. You would have been on what's that?
Waikiki or whatever.
Yeah,
something like that. One of them damn bait. I don't know. I didn't get those good orders, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, you didn't get the good ones, man. You didn't get the good ones.
No, I got stuck in North Carolina.
Okay, yo. All right, shit. Well, yeah, I'm gonna still listen in, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all though.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
Oh, sheesh. You said pay advisor. Yeah, I mean, long story short, man, folks just got to do better with their money, learn the system, because we can only do what we are presented with, and you just got to learn how to work the system, man. Educate yourself as much as you can, and try to get ahead, bro. Because waiting for them handouts, I mean, it'd be good to be out there, but they ain't gonna give them to it. They ain't gonna give you much. So you gotta take your opportunities and roll with them, man. Work with the best that you can. The same way Cam Newton said he worked the best with his situation. You know what I'm saying? I do think that a lot of people, especially our people, tend to rush out and just do shit when it comes to this house stuff. And a lot of things. Again, a lot of us are first time anything. So we gotta learn through trial and error and fucking up. You know what I'm saying? So the best thing you could do is find people that are doing the things that you want to do, and get up under them, study them, learn from them, the old school way. I know everybody. I know a lot of people got fucked over in this real estate market because they watched a couple of TikToks and YouTube videos, and then they thought they was just real estate experts, and they ran out there and did some dumb shit. Because, you know, as he was explaining the whole tax assessment, you know, little game that they like to run, that I'm sure that is something I learned from actually talking to someone who has bought houses before, not somebody on TikTok that told me to go buy a house. someone through experience who built a house and told me. So that is how I learned, you know. Also, as far as like the predatory in-house lending that they like to do, I was put on game with that. As far as, you know, if you do go with in-house lending, refinance as quickly as possible, and you can call your bank and work with them to get refinanced. Excuse me, because that worked. And that's how, like, when they sell your loan off or whatever, that's how we got what we got. But we were still able to get the closing costs paid for and all the incentives that we got for it. So we took a higher interest rate in order to get the incentives to get. So we basically came out of pocket for nothing when we moved into this house. And that's how we came up. But then we refinanced and shit. I ain't had to worry about none of that predatory in-house finessing that they like to do. But like I said, I've never had issues with my credit score because I've always made the money. I had an extensive history with my, you know, good credit history. So I personally have never ran into issues with having a 670 or six. Long as I had what I needed to get approved, I always got approved. I never had issues, whether it was a car, a house. I've never had issues with that. But like I said, was it yesterday or the other day, a good way to, you know, get some credit history outside of credit cards is like an easy finesse is the furniture stores. Opening your line of credit with the furniture stores, because if you wait till they have certain sales and stuff like that, you can wait, you know, and get, you know, with $6,000 or $10,000 or whatever, $3,000 or whatever for furniture and a line of credit, and it'll be 0% interest for like 36, 42 months, whatever special that they running. And then you can open up that line of credit, pay your furniture off, and then keep it open. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about being informed, man. Being informed, doing your due diligence, learning, talking to the right people. You should be all right. So you can take advantage of whatever programs and incentives are out there. A lot of us just walk out and do shit blindly. So yeah. But shit. It's 9 o'clock. I gotta get off because I got work tomorrow. Locke telling me to get off.
I said it. I said, don't you got work in the morning?
Yeah.
No chance to have you on here to 12 o'clock at night.
I know, right? So, shit, been on since 4 o'clock. But probably won't be on tomorrow. But I'll probably be back on Thursday because I'm gonna be working from home Friday. Thursday I get off early. No, I'm taking Thursday off because I got an interview. So I'll be on Thursday, and then Friday, and then we should be.
All right. I'd just like to say thank you to everybody who helped us got to 120.
Oh yeah, they did that thing.
Likes.
I will say that this was a good one. We had a good live today. We done talked about. Like I said, I like to keep my lives very well versed, so everybody can walk away with something.
Yes. Well, I'm getting ready to go to bed. You better go to bed. Everybody need to go to bed.
We all got work in the morning, so
amen.
Appreciate everybody stopping through. See y'all Thursday, I guess.